Welcome to this audio presentation of Julius Caesar, the Steel Republic. Before the emperors, before the absolute rule of a single throne, there was a republic. It was a civilization built on iron laws, fierce ancestral pride, and a delicate balance of shared power. A machine that conquered the Mediterranean world only to find itself collapsing under the weight of its own immense architecture. This is the story of that world's transformation, viewed through the trajectory of its most formidable and divisive figure. Spanning 10 detailed chapters, this biography strips away the static marble of statues to explore the living, breathing human being who reshaped Western history. You are about to journey from the gritty, overcrowded lanes of the Suburra to the elite corridors of the Roman Senate, through the relentless mud, engineering feats, and blood of the Gallic campaigns, across the forbidden current of the Rubicon, and into the brilliant intrigues of Alexandria. It is a narrative of absolute financial daring, masterly tactical speed, monumental structural reforms, and the profound personal betrayals that culminated on a marble floor in the shadow of Pompey's theater. Listen closely. The city breathes before dawn. The year is 100 BCE. The Republic is old, and the stones are about to shift. Chapter 1. The Blood of Venus, 100 BCE to 84 BCE. The city breathes before dawn. In the narrow lanes of the Suburra, where Rome presses closest to itself, where the smell of tallow and river mud drifts up from the valley floor, and the stones still hold the warmth of the previous day's sun, a child is born into a family that believes itself touched by the divine. The year is 100 BCE. The Republic is old, older than any living Roman can fully comprehend, and it carries its age the way a great soldier carries his wounds, with pride, with pain, and with the quiet certainty that more wounds are coming. His name is Gaius Julius Caesar. It is not yet a name that means anything beyond the walls of one particular house on one particular street. It is simply the name of a boy, small and new, wrapped in linen in the arms of a woman named Aurelia, while the city outside continues its ancient, indifferent business of buying and selling and arguing and dying. But names in Rome are never merely names. They are inheritance. They are obligation. They are the compressed weight of every ancestor who ever bore them, pressed down upon the chest of a newborn who cannot yet speak, cannot yet stand, cannot yet understand what it means to be Roman, which is to say, cannot yet understand what it means to carry the world on your shoulders and call that burden glory. The Julian family is old. This is the first thing young Gaius will learn, before he learns his letters, before he learns to walk the streets without stumbling on the uneven cobblestones, before he learns the difference between a senator and a street sweeper by the cut of their cloth. The Julii are old in the way that Rome itself is old, with a genealogy so deep it disappears into myth, into the fog that separates history from legend, into the warm amber light where gods and men still move together across the same earth. The family claims descent from Iulus, the son of Aeneas. And Aeneas, as every Roman child is told from the time they are old enough to sit still and listen, was the son of the goddess Venus herself. Think about what this means for a moment. Not what it means in the cold light of reason, but what it means in the warm, sacred interior of Roman belief, where the gods are not distant abstractions but living presences who intervene in human affairs, who fall in love with mortals, who take sides in wars, who have favorites. To be descended from Venus is to carry divine blood in your veins. It is to stand at festivals and watch the priests pour wine upon the altar, and know, in some deep ancestral way, that the goddess being honored is not a stranger. It is to look up at the stars on a clear Italian night and feel, however faintly, however irrationally, that the heavens are not entirely foreign territory. This is the inheritance Aurelia holds in her arms on that July morning in 100 BCE. This is the weight the swaddled child cannot yet feel, but will spend his entire life either proving worthy of or quietly, methodically, with extraordinary patience, making true through sheer force of will. The Suburra is not where divine blood is supposed to live. This is worth understanding, because it shapes everything. The way Caesar moves through the world, the way he speaks to men of every station, the way he understands power not as something handed down from above, but as something forged in proximity to need. The Suburra is Rome's most densely populated district, wedged in the valley between the Esquiline and Viminal hills, a place of tenement buildings stacked so high they block the midday sun, of street vendors and prostitutes and money changers and immigrant families from every corner of the Mediterranean world. It is loud, and it smells, and it is alive in the way that only places of genuine poverty and genuine vitality can be alive, with a rawness, an immediacy, a complete absence of pretension. The Julian family has a house here. Not a hovel. They are aristocrats, patricians, members of Rome's oldest and most prestigious class, but a house embedded in the fabric of a working district, surrounded by the noise and texture of ordinary Roman life. The great patrician families of the late Republic tend to cluster on the Palatine Hill, that elevated refuge of wealth and refinement that looks down upon the chaos of the city below. The Julii could perhaps have arranged themselves differently. But they are here, in the Suburra, and young Gaius grows up hearing the shouts of fishmongers and the arguments of neighbors through his bedroom wall, walking streets where senators and slaves use the same stones, where the theoretical grandeur of Roman civilization meets its daily sweating, struggling reality. His mother, Aurelia, is a remarkable woman. Roman history does not always preserve its women with the clarity they deserve, but Aurelia survives in the record as something more than a shadow. She emerges as a person of intelligence and discipline and genuine intellectual seriousness. She is from a family of her own distinction, and she takes the education of her son as a project worthy of her full attention. In a culture where mothers are expected to manage households and bear children and remain largely invisible to the public record, Aurelia manages her household as a kind of training ground. She is said to have overseen Caesar's earliest education herself, before tutors were engaged, before the boy was old enough for formal schooling, teaching him to read, teaching him to count, teaching him the names and histories of the men and women whose portraits lined the walls of their home, the imagines of ancestors staring down from their wax masks with the patient severity of people who expected to be remembered. His father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, holds a modest political position, the praetorship, and represents a branch of the Julian family that, while ancient, is not among the wealthiest or most politically powerful. The Julius Caesars have prestige and lineage, but not the kind of raw financial muscle that drives Roman politics in the late Republic, where elections are won and alliances sealed, and armies raised through the application of enormous sums of money. The family is comfortable but not rich, distinguished but not dominant, noble, but operating at the edges of the inner circle where the real decisions are made. This is the world young Caesar inhabits through his earliest years, a world of ancient names and modest means, of divine pretensions and everyday street noise, of family pride and political limitation. He walks to school through the Suburra's crowded lanes. He listens to his mother read. He learns that his family is connected by blood to the goddess of love and to the founding of Rome itself. He also learns that connection alone means nothing. That in Rome, as perhaps nowhere else on earth, what matters is what you do with what you have been given. Rome, in 100 BCE, is a city under pressure. The republic that Julius Caesar is born into is not the confident, expanding power it was in the centuries of its great conquests. It is something more complicated, more anxious, more internally fractured. The wars against Carthage are long finished. The legions have pushed Rome's dominion across vast stretches of the Mediterranean world, into Spain, into North Africa, into Macedonia and Greece and Asia Minor. Rome rules an empire in everything but name. And this empire has done something unexpected and dangerous to Rome itself. It has made some Romans extraordinarily, almost incomprehensibly wealthy. And it has destroyed the class of small farmers who were once the backbone of the Republic's military strength and moral identity. The legions come home from foreign wars to find their farms absorbed into the great estates of the rich, the latifundia, those vast tracts of land worked by slaves captured in the same wars that impoverished the free men who fought them. Dispossessed farmers flood into the cities. Rome's population swells with men who have nothing, who owe nothing to the established order, who are available to whoever can give them bread and purpose, and the occasional distribution of coin. The political institutions of the Republic, designed for a city-state, for a community of citizen farmers who all knew each other, who met in the forum to vote and debate and hold their magistrates accountable. These institutions groan under the weight of governing a Mediterranean empire. They were not built for this. They are being asked to do something they were never designed to do, and the stress is visible in every decade of Caesar's childhood. Into this pressured, anxious republic, the year of Caesar's birth brings a man whose shadow will fall across his entire childhood, and whose example will teach him lessons that no tutor could have provided. His name is Gaius Marius. He is Caesar's uncle by marriage. His aunt Julia has wed this extraordinary, difficult, brilliant, terrifying man. And in the year 107 BCE, Marius has already begun his ascent toward a kind of power that Rome has no constitutional category for. By 100 BCE, the year Caesar is born, Marius holds the consulship for the 6th time. The consulship, Rome's highest annual magistracy, the office that 2 men share for 1 year before surrendering it to their successors, is held by Marius for a 6th time. This is almost without precedent. It is constitutionally irregular, practically speaking, and it represents the beginning of something Rome does not yet have a name for. The strong man, the necessary man, the general whose military genius is so indispensable that the rules bending around him seems to enough people like a reasonable accommodation. Marius has reformed the Roman army. This is his great achievement, the thing that makes him genuinely indispensable during the years of Caesar's infancy and early childhood. Before Marius, the legions drew from the property-owning classes. Men who could afford to equip themselves were the ones who served. Marius throws open the army to the landless poor, the proletariat, equipping them from the state's resources, training them to a new standard of professionalism, binding them to their general with the particular loyalty of men who have nothing else. He saves Rome from the Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and Teutones, whose migrations into the Roman world have caused a panic deep enough to remind older Romans of the Gallic sack of centuries past. Marius destroys them, in battles so comprehensive and so well managed that Rome breathes again. And the grateful city grants him his 6th consulship and the title that no Roman has held before, Savior of the Fatherland. Young Caesar knows this man. He sees him at family gatherings. This barrel-chested, blunt-featured Italian from the hills, this man without the refined Greek education that marks the aristocratic Roman, this man who speaks with a rough directness that the elegant senatorial class finds unsophisticated, and who responds to their condescension with a contempt so pure and so well-earned that it has become its own kind of authority. Marius is everything the old Roman aristocracy is not. He is a new man, a novus homo, the first of his family to reach the consulship, which means he has no ancestral portraits on his walls, no generations of magistrates to invoke, no divine bloodline to claim. What he has is military genius and political cunning, and a career built on nothing but his own capability. What does a boy learn from such an uncle? What does he absorb, simply by being in proximity to that kind of achieved power? Perhaps this, that the old categories are not as fixed as they appear. That a man without ancestors can reshape the army and save the republic and be hailed as the greatest living Roman. That capability, ruthlessly developed and strategically deployed, can overcome almost any disadvantage of birth or wealth or connection. Caesar is too young to articulate any of this. He is an infant when Marius is at his peak. But the lessons of a childhood are not always articulated. They are breathed in, absorbed through the texture of daily life, through the stories that adults tell each other in rooms where children are assumed not to be listening. The city shifts around him as he grows. He is learning to walk when the social war erupts. The conflict in which Rome's Italian allies, who have fought in Roman armies for generations and paid Roman taxes and supported Roman power, rise in rebellion, demanding the citizenship that Rome has always withheld from them. He is learning to read when the war ends and Rome, exhausted and chastened, grants the citizenship almost in full, a decision that transforms the Roman political community overnight from a city-state to something approaching a national body. He is perhaps 6 years old when the violence that will define his childhood begins in earnest. It begins, as so much Roman violence begins in this period, with a political dispute that escalates beyond anyone's initial intention into something that cannot be contained. The question is who will command the army being raised to fight Mithridates, the formidable king of Pontus on the Black Sea coast, who has invaded Rome's eastern provinces and massacred tens of thousands of Roman and Italian citizens in a single coordinated act of violence that shocks even a world accustomed to military brutality. The command is worth enormous wealth. The Eastern wars are profitable beyond imagination, and it is worth enormous political prestige. The Senate assigns the command to Sulla, a patrician general of great ability and cold ambition. The popular assembly, manipulated by Marius and his allies, transfers the command to Marius. Sulla does something no Roman general has done in centuries. He marches his army on Rome. The legions enter the city. The streets of the Suburra, Caesar's streets, the lanes he knows from daily walks to school, become channels for armed soldiers loyal to a single man rather than to any institution. Marius flees. His allies are killed or scattered. Sulla holds Rome by force, passes what legislation he wishes, and then departs for the east to fight Mithridates. He leaves behind him a city that has learned a terrible thing about itself, that the army which is supposed to defend the Republic against foreign enemies can be turned against the city itself, that the legion's loyalty belongs not to Rome in the abstract, but to the general who leads them, who pays them, who promises them land and plunder, and the kind of solid future that the Republic's civilian institutions no longer reliably provide. Caesar is perhaps 8 years old when Sulla's legions march through the gates. He is old enough to understand that something is happening, that the adults around him are frightened, that his family, connected to Marius, connected to the popular faction, is on the wrong side of the men now carrying swords through the city's streets. Aurelia keeps the household together. She manages, as capable women in dangerous political times have always managed, by being practical and unsentimental and clear-eyed about what can be controlled and what cannot. Sulla leaves for the east, and Rome convulses again. The consul Cinna, allied with the Marian faction, seizes power. Marius returns from exile, old now, past 70, his mind beginning to slip from the pressures of age and exile, and the particular madness that absolute ambition brings when it is denied its object for too long. Marius and Cinna enter Rome together. And what follows is something that the Rome of earlier centuries would not have recognized as Roman behavior. Marius orders the deaths of his enemies, and the killings go on for days. Senators and aristocrats whose only crime is having opposed him, whose heads are displayed in public, whose property is confiscated, whose families are left to navigate the sudden catastrophe of being related to the newly designated enemies of the state. Caesar's family is on the right side now. Marius is uncle. Cinna is an ally. The boy watches from the interior of his house in the Suburra as the political winds reverse and the men who were just recently powerful become suddenly dead or exiled, as the currency of Roman life, connection, family, alliance, proves to be as volatile as any commodity traded in the forum's money stalls. His father, Gaius Julius Caesar the Elder, manages their family's position carefully during this period. He is not a man of great power, but he is a man of some prudence. He keeps his head, literally, in a period when keeping one's head requires active management, and the family survives the Marian Terror without losing its members to the violence that claims so many of their contemporaries. Marius dies in 86 BCE, in his 7th consulship, 13 days into an office he has spent a decade pursuing with a ferocity that has consumed everything around it. He dies in bed, which is more than many of his enemies managed. Caesar is 14 years old. He has grown up in the shadow of this man, this rough, brilliant, terrifying relative, and the old general's death removes a presence that has defined the political atmosphere of his entire conscious life. Cinna remains in power, and the family's connections remain useful. Caesar begins the more formal phases of his education: rhetoric, philosophy, the study of Greek language, and literature that marks a serious Roman education of the period. He is, by all accounts that survive, a serious student, not in the plodding, mechanical way of boys who are simply dutiful, but with the engaged curiosity of someone who genuinely wants to understand how language works, how argument is constructed, how a speaker can move a room of skeptical men toward a conclusion they arrived at having believed otherwise. His father dies in 85 BCE. The circumstances are undramatic by the violent standards of the time. Gaius Julius Caesar the Elder collapses in Pisa, apparently of natural causes, and is gone. Caesar is 15. He is now, formally and suddenly, the male head of his household. In Rome, this is not a symbolic role. It carries legal weight, social obligation, the responsibility for his mother and his sister, for the maintenance of the family's position and alliances and financial affairs. At 15, in a period of political upheaval with a family of modest means and great ancestral pretensions, Caesar assumes this weight and does not appear to have bent under it. The year is 84 BC. Sulla is still in the east, but everyone knows he is coming back. His victories against Mithridates have been comprehensive. He has an army loyal to him, tempered by years of eastern campaigning, rich with plunder, and bound to their general by bonds that no abstract loyalty to the Republic can easily dissolve. Cinna, who has held Rome in the Marian interest during Sulla's absence, is killed by his own soldiers in a mutiny, a reminder, if any were needed, that the loyalty of armies in this period is transactional, personal, and easily revoked. Rome waits. Everyone who has an opinion about which side of the coming confrontation they are on begins quietly the difficult calculation of how to survive whatever is about to happen. Caesar, at 15, is being prepared for a priestly role. He has been nominated, through family connection and the political maneuvering of the Marian faction, as a candidate for the position of Flamen Dialis, the priest of Jupiter. It is an ancient office, hedged about with so many ritual restrictions that it renders its holder almost entirely incapable of normal political life. The Flamen Dialis cannot leave Rome, cannot touch iron, cannot ride a horse, must sleep in a special bed, must observe dozens of daily prohibitions that make ordinary existence a continuous performance of sacred obligation. Whether this nomination represents genuine religious intention or simply a Marian faction's attempt to place a friendly young man in a position of religious prestige, and thus remove him from future political competition that might prove troublesome, is not entirely clear from the distance of 2,000 years. What is clear is that Caesar, at 15, standing in the declining light of a republic that is about to enter one of its most violent passages, wearing the toga of his priestly candidacy, and managing his father's household, and studying the rhetoric that will eventually make him one of the greatest public speakers Rome has ever produced, is already something more than an ordinary young aristocrat waiting for his turn at the ordinary business of Roman politics. He is a boy shaped by contradiction, divine blood in a gritty neighborhood, patrician pride in modest circumstances, Marian connection in a world about to be dominated by Sulla. He is already a person accustomed to navigating the space between what he is supposed to be and what reality actually offers. The stars over the Subura do not care about any of this. The street below his window is as loud at this hour as it was the night he was born. The vendors and the arguments and the particular music of a city that never fully sleeps. But somewhere in the growing consciousness of this 15-year-old boy, something is taking shape. Not a plan, he is too young and the world too unpredictable for plans. But a disposition, a way of seeing, a readiness for the world that is coming, the world of Sulla's return, of proscription lists and confiscated property, and the systematic destruction of everything his family has aligned itself with. He does not know what is coming, but he is already the kind of person who will not be destroyed by it. The year turns. The city waits. And the boy with the blood of Venus in his veins stands on the threshold of a republic in the process of tearing itself apart, watching, learning, holding himself very still in the way that only the genuinely dangerous know how to do before the moment comes to move. Chapter 2. The Defiant Patrician, 84 BCE to 73 BCE. The city of Rome breathes differently at night. In the hours before dawn, when the great markets fall silent and the torches along the Palatine burn low against the wind, the streets carry sound in strange ways. A distant argument, the shuffle of a night watch, the creak of wagon wheels hauling grain through the Tiber gate. It is in this half-darkness that a young man moves through the city with the particular urgency of someone who understands with complete clarity that his life may already be forfeit. He is not yet famous. He is not yet feared. He is 19 years old, and his name is Gaius Julius Caesar, and the most powerful man in the Roman world has just told him to choose. The choice is simple in its brutality. Divorce your wife, or face the consequences of defying Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, dictator, conqueror, master of Rome. The city has been reshaped in Sulla's image over the course of 2 years of systematic terror, and the men who refused him are dead or fled or broken into something unrecognizable. The lists, the proscription lists, have become the defining document of Roman life. Your name appears there, your property belongs to the state, your head belongs to whoever claims it first. The logic is perfect in its simplicity, and Sulla has used it with the precision of a man who understands that fear, properly maintained, requires occasional demonstration. Caesar knows all of this. He has grown up in a Rome that has been convulsing through civil war for most of his conscious life, and he has learned to read the political weather the way sailors learn to read the sky, not from books, but from watching men around him live and die according to forces largely invisible to those without the patience to observe them. His father died when Caesar was 15, falling suddenly in his home at Pisa while putting on his shoes one morning, struck down by causes no physician could name with any certainty. His uncle, Gaius Marius, the great general, the man who had reorganized the Roman legions and saved the Republic from the Cimbri and the Teutones, had also died, leaving Caesar in a complicated position. Marius had been Sulla's great enemy. The civil war between them had torn the city apart twice over, and now Sulla stood alone at the summit of Roman power, and Caesar bore the name and the blood of the losing side. His wife's name is Cornelia. She is the daughter of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, the man who had been Marius's closest ally, the man who had held Rome in his grip during the years Sulla was fighting in the east. Cinna is dead now, killed by his own soldiers in a mutiny on the Adriatic coast, but his name lingers in the political memory of Rome like smoke after a fire. To be married to Cinna's daughter is to declare a position. It is to stand on one side of a line that Sulla has drawn through the heart of the Republic, and Caesar is being asked to step back across it, to perform the simple domestic act of divorce as a public declaration of submission. He refuses. It is worth pausing here, in the dark of this Roman night, to consider what that refusal means. Caesar is young, virtually untested, possessed of a distinguished name but no particular military record, and no wealth of consequence. He has the bearing of a patrician, the education of a senator's son, and the family connections of a faction that Sulla has spent years destroying. He has nothing that a rational man would call leverage. And yet he refuses. His family pleads with him. His mother's relatives, who have better standing with the new order, use every connection available to them to argue on his behalf. The Vestal virgins intercede with Sulla directly, which is no small thing. The Vestals carry a kind of sacred political weight that even dictators tend to acknowledge. Sulla, by all accounts, listens to these intercessions with the patient attention of a man who has already decided, and then he strips Caesar of his priesthood, of the property that came with his marriage, and of Cornelia's dowry, and declares him an enemy. But he does not, in the end, put Caesar's name on the list. There are versions of this moment that have passed through Roman memory in various forms, and one of them contains a line attributed to Sulla himself, a remark made to the men who argued for the young man's life. In Caesar, Sulla is said to have observed, "There are many Mariuses." It is the kind of observation that reads differently depending on which side of history you are standing on. From where Sulla stands, it is a warning, a concession made reluctantly to political allies, a note filed away in the mental ledger of a man who tracks threats the way a general tracks terrain. From where Caesar will eventually stand, it becomes something else entirely, the earliest official recognition that he is not quite ordinary, that even his enemies can see something in him that resists easy categorization. But that is later. Now in 83 BCE, Caesar flees. He moves through the Sabine hills with the speed and discretion that his situation demands, traveling from village to village, changing his location often enough to stay ahead of Sulla's hunting parties. The dictator has not called off all pursuit. The stripping of property and priesthood is a punishment, but it is not immunity, and the men who enforce the proscriptions are motivated by the property they stand to claim. Caesar moves through this landscape of danger with a fever that nearly kills him before Sulla's agents can, shivering through the nights in the houses of people who take him in at considerable personal risk, buying his way forward with what little money his family can funnel to him through trusted intermediaries. This period in the hills teaches him things that no tutor in Rome could have managed. He learns the texture of fear, not the abstract fear of political consequence, but the immediate, physical fear of a man being hunted. He learns the discipline of patience in conditions that would break a softer character. He learns which people help strangers at personal cost, and why, and what they expect in return, and what it means to owe your life to people whose names will never be recorded in any Roman history. He learns, in other words, the world below the level at which power operates, the world that power always depends on but rarely acknowledges. When Sulla's dictatorship begins its slow wind down in 81 BCE, the dictator has accomplished his constitutional reforms, restored what he believes are the proper limits on popular power, and seems genuinely prepared to step back from absolute control in a way that shocks almost everyone who knows him. The immediate threat to Caesar's life recedes. Sulla retires to his estate in Campania, where he will die within a year, and Rome exhales with the particular collective relief of a city that has been holding its breath for a very long time. Caesar returns. He is thin from the hills, perhaps, harder in some way that the city will take a little time to see, but he returns to Rome with Cornelia still his wife, the woman he refused to divorce, the woman for whom he accepted exile and poverty and the real possibility of death. Their daughter, Julia, will be born into a household that has lost its property but retained its dignity, and Caesar will spend the next years of his life rebuilding the material foundation of his life, while carrying the unbent pride of a man who made a choice under the worst possible conditions and lived with it without regret. He begins his legal career with the deliberate calculation of someone who understands that in Rome, oratory is power. The law courts are the training ground for Roman public life, the place where a young man with intelligence and family connections, but no current military command, can make a name for himself, can demonstrate the qualities of mind that the Roman audience prizes above almost anything else. Caesar throws himself into this work with an intensity that his contemporaries notice. He studies rhetoric, as he will later study military strategy, systematically with an eye toward mastery rather than mere competence, working to understand not just the rules of argument, but the psychology of audiences, the way attention shifts and tides of feeling move through crowds. His first significant case is against Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella, a former consul and sullen loyalist who has engaged in the kind of provincial extortion that the empire's structure makes almost inevitable, and the Roman legal system addresses only intermittently. Caesar loses the case. Dolabella has better connections, and the case was never likely to succeed, but the performance of prosecuting a former consul at 22 years old establishes something. People begin to watch Caesar in the courts with a different quality of attention, not as a curiosity, not as the young relative of dead men, but as a talent. He decides he needs more education. The decision is telling. A lesser man might have concluded that his courtroom performances were already sufficient evidence of ability. Caesar concludes instead that he could be better, that the masters of rhetoric in the Greek world have things to teach him that Rome cannot, and that the investment of time is worth the return. He books passage east, toward the island of Rhodes, where the famous rhetorician Apollonius Molon keeps a school that has already produced some of the finest orators of the generation. Cicero, the great advocate who will be Caesar's occasional ally and more frequent political complication, has studied with Apollonius. The school has a reputation that reaches across the Mediterranean like a beacon. Caesar never arrives. The ship that carries him east is intercepted somewhere in the waters off the coast of Miletus, in the region the Romans call the Pharmacusa Islands, by a crew of Cilician pirates. Piracy in the late Republic is not the marginal criminal enterprise that the word suggests to later ears. The Cilician pirates have grown into something closer to a naval power, operating across the eastern Mediterranean with enough organization and force to intercept commercial and passenger traffic at will, holding prominent captives for ransom as a regular and profitable business practice. They are, in other words, professionals, and capturing a well-born young Roman traveling to Rhodes is routine work for them. They assess him and set his ransom at 20 talents of silver. Caesar laughs at them. The laugh, by all accounts, is entirely sincere. 20 talents is an insult, he tells them. Not a frightened prisoner bargaining for better terms, but a man genuinely offended by the smallness of the number. He is worth 50 talents at minimum, he explains, and he will arrange to have 50 talents sent. The pirates, amused or bewildered, or perhaps simply pragmatic, accept the adjusted figure. What follows is 38 days of captivity that will become one of the most frequently told stories in Roman history, not because it ends dramatically, though it does, but because of the texture of how Caesar conducts himself during the weeks before the ending. He is, by every account that survives, a remarkable captive. He writes poetry and reads it aloud to the pirates, and when they do not appreciate it, he tells them plainly that they are barbarians without the capacity to understand good verse. He plays games with them. He participates in their exercises, running and wrestling with men who hold his life in their hands, demonstrating the physical ease of someone who genuinely does not appear to be frightened. He sleeps. This detail, more than any other, seems to have lodged in the memory of those who told and retold this story. When he wanted to sleep, the young Roman captive would send members of the pirate crew away if they were making too much noise, with the casual authority of a man who has never considered the possibility that his instructions might not be followed. And the pirates, armed, practiced in the business of violence, surrounded by their own men, would quiet themselves and let him sleep. The psychology of this is difficult to reconstruct entirely, but something in Caesar's bearing seems to have projected a quality that bypassed the normal calculus of captive and captor. He behaved as though the situation were a temporary inconvenience rather than a mortal danger, and that confidence seems to have been contagious in the direction of authority rather than the direction of contempt. He also tells them repeatedly, cheerfully, as a kind of ongoing joke that the pirates come to expect and even look forward to, that he will crucify them when he is released. He says this with the pleasant tone of a man describing future plans that he finds mildly amusing. He says it often enough that it becomes a fixture of their shared days. This promise of future crucifixion, delivered with a smile that suggests he finds their discomfort at the joke somewhat entertaining. The pirates laugh. Caesar is not laughing in the same way they are, but they cannot quite tell the difference. The ransom arrives. The 50 talents are gathered by Caesar's companions and supporters from the cities of the region, Miletus, and others along the coast, and paid to the pirates, who release their captive with what appears to be genuine good feeling. The transaction is complete. The matter, by pirate logic, is concluded. Caesar goes immediately to Miletus, organizes a small fleet, and sails back to the Pharmacusa Islands. The pirates are still there, had not yet dispersed, and Caesar falls on them with the efficiency of a man executing a plan he has had weeks to refine in his mind. He captures them, takes back the ransom money, and brings the men to shore at Pergamon, where he presents them to the governor Marcus Junius for formal punishment. The governor is not immediately inclined to act. There are considerations. The jurisdiction is unclear. The situation is complicated. The governor has his own affairs to manage. He suggests that the matter of punishment can wait, that there are processes to consider. Caesar, who has spent 38 days making a specific promise to specific men in a specific tone of voice, does not wait for the governor's schedule to clear. He returns to the coast, and he crucifies them himself. There is one additional detail that the sources preserve, and it is the detail that makes this story not just impressive but illuminating. Caesar had come to know these men over the course of their shared weeks. He had eaten with them, exercised with them, complained to them about their poor literary taste, used them as an audience for his verse, slept among them. And so, before the crucifixion, he has their throats cut. The gesture is one of mercy. Crucifixion is an agonizing death measured in days, and the cutting of throats is the swift ending that mercy allows, and it is offered by a man to men he has promised to execute, offered in full sincerity. The promise is kept. The cruelty is minimized within the promise's fulfillment. Caesar holds both of these things simultaneously, without apparent conflict. He sails on toward Rhodes. Apollonius Molon receives him and teaches him, and Caesar studies rhetoric in the Greek tradition with the dedication he brings to all of his serious pursuits. But the East does not let him settle into scholarship for long. In 74 BCE, Mithridates VI of Pontus, the old enemy of Rome, who has been challenging Roman power in the eastern Mediterranean for decades, invades the Roman province of Bithynia in a new campaign that threatens to unravel Roman control of the region. Caesar is not yet a military officer. He holds no command, has no legions, has no official sanction from Rome. He is a student of rhetoric on a private educational journey. He raises troops anyway. Moving among the cities of the region with the confidence that has become his most consistent characteristic, he gathers volunteers, organizes them, and leads them in the defense of the threatened province. The action is unauthorized, technically irregular by the careful standards of Roman constitutional law. It is also effective. Caesar demonstrates in this first real military engagement something that his later career will confirm again and again: a natural instinct for command that seems to precede, rather than follow, formal instruction in the art. His men follow him. The towns in the region take note of who has appeared to defend them, and the name travels east and west along the trade routes and military dispatches with the particular energy that attaches to names that have recently done something unexpected. He is appointed military tribune, a junior officer's rank, an official acknowledgement of what he has already been doing informally, and he serves in this capacity through the campaigns of the mid-70s, accumulating experience in the practical mechanics of military organization, supply, march, and combat that will form the deep foundation of everything he will later achieve. But something else is forming alongside the military education, something perhaps more difficult to quantify. Caesar is developing what might be called a philosophy of action, a set of convictions about how to move through the world that is distinct from the conventional Roman aristocratic inheritance. He has seen, from the hills of the Sabine country, what happens to men who wait for safety before acting. He has seen, from the deck of a pirate ship, what happens to men who mistake politeness for weakness. He has seen, from the fever sweat of his nights in exile, how close the margin is between the man who persists and the man who does not. He is 26 years old. He has been a fugitive, a legal advocate, a shipwreck survivor of a different kind, a pirate captive, an unauthorized military commander, and a junior officer in a real war. He has not yet held a significant political office, has not yet commanded a Roman legion with proper authority, has not yet addressed the Senate on a matter of consequence. By the conventional metrics of a Roman career, he is still very much at the beginning. But the beginning of Julius Caesar is already different from the beginning of other men. It carries within it the particular quality of someone who has been tested early and found by that testing not merely intact but clarified. The refusal in Rome, the refusal to divorce Cornelia, to bend the knee to Sulla's absolute power, was not the act of a young man who did not understand the danger. It was the act of a young man who understood it completely, weighed it against the cost of surrender, and chose danger over compliance. Every subsequent episode, the hills, the pirates, the unauthorized campaign in Bithynia, has the same essential structure. The world presents a version of the same choice, dressed in different circumstances, and Caesar makes the same answer every time. He will not comply with the world's assessment of what he can and cannot do. He will not accept the limits that external circumstances attempt to impose. He will not wait for permission, or safety, or the approval of men whose judgment he does not respect. Rome does not yet fully know what it has in him. But Rome is beginning to suspect. The city has a long memory for men who refuse easy pressure, for the particular quality of ambition that refuses to bend even when bending would be so simple, so available, so clearly the rational choice. Rome has seen this quality before, in men who built and in men who destroyed, and Rome has never been able to look away from it for very long. Caesar returns from the East in the early 70s with a military record, a completed education, and a name that travels slightly ahead of him now, not famous, not powerful, but noted. Marked. Watched. The Republic does not yet feel the weight of what is coming. It is still a republic, after all, battered by civil war, restructured by dictatorship, straining under the contradictions of an empire governed by the institutions of a city-state, but still a republic. The Senate still meets. The elections still proceed. The laws still apply with all their magnificent inconsistency to the men who make them. For now, the young man who walked back into Rome from the Sabine hills will walk its streets as one ambitious voice among many, one more patrician son building toward a career in the great chaotic engine of Roman political life. He moves through these streets with Cornelia, the woman he refused to give up, at his side. Their daughter Julia grows in the household of a family that has sacrificed comfort for principle, and appears to have made its peace with that exchange. The dictator who tried to break him is already dead and buried. The pirates who tried to ransom him are already crossed and crucified. The war in the East that first called his military instincts into expression is still grinding forward without him. Rome stretches out in every direction from where he stands, a city of perhaps 1 million people, the center of a world that stretches from the Atlantic coast of Spain to the borders of Mesopotamia, from the cold shores of the English Channel to the edge of the Sahara. A city of ambition and corruption, an extraordinary human achievement, held together by law and violence and the complicated binding force of shared identity. Julius Caesar stands inside it, 26 years old, sharpened by everything that has tried to ruin him. He is ready. Chapter 3. Climbing the Cursus Honorum, 73 BCE to 62 BCE. The road back to Rome is long, and it is dusty, and it hums with the particular silence of a man who has already decided what he will become. Julius Caesar rides through the Italian countryside in the early months of 73 BCE, the hills folding around him like the pages of a book not yet finished, the sky above him wide and indifferent and pale with winter light. He is 27 years old. He has survived Sulla's proscriptions as a teenager, outlasted a kidnapping by pirates on the Aegean Sea, and earned a military decoration, the Corona Civica, the oak leaf crown given only to soldiers who saved the lives of fellow citizens on the rocky shores of Asia Minor. He has seen enough of the world to understand that the world rewards not the timid, but the deliberate. And Julius Caesar is, above all things, deliberate. Rome receives him the way Rome always receives its returning sons, with noise and crowd and the smell of 10,000 lives pressed together in narrow streets. The Suburra, that dense and roaring district where Caesar was raised, still pulses with the same frantic energy he knew as a boy. The shouts of vendors, the clatter of cartwheels on stone, the arguments spilling from open windows like warm air. He passes through it with calm eyes. He is taking stock. He is measuring the distance between where he stands and where he intends to go. And that distance, he knows, will be crossed not by luck, but by strategy and by money, and by the slow, patient accumulation of public love. The Roman Republic, in 73 BCE, is a machine of extraordinary complexity. To rise within it, a man must follow the cursus honorum, the course of honors, a rigid sequence of offices that carries ambitious men from the lower rungs of civic administration up toward the consulship, the highest elected position in the Roman state. It is a ladder, and every rung must be earned in order, and the climb is long and expensive and treacherous, because every man on the ladder is also trying to knock the others off. Caesar understands the rules of this game completely. He has studied them the way a general studies a battlefield, noting the terrain, the choke points, the places where a bold move might accomplish in a single stroke what caution would spend a decade trying to achieve. His first step is the quaestorship, the entry-level financial magistracy that will give him his first formal place in the machinery of Roman governance. But before that appointment arrives, before the administrative work of the Republic swallows his days in ledgers and grain accounts, Caesar does something that will not appear in any official record of his career, something small and human and illuminating, something that tells you more about the man than all his public offices combined. He weeps in front of a statue. It happens in Hispania, further Spain to be precise, where Caesar is sent as a junior official in the years before his quaestorship formally begins. The story, preserved by Plutarch with the gentle precision of a man who understood that small moments contain large truths, is straightforward. Caesar is in a temple or a public space, and before him stands an image of Alexander the Great, and something in the sight of it breaks something open in him. He is around 30 years old. Alexander the Great died at 32, having conquered the known world from Macedonia to the edge of India, having built an empire so vast it shattered under its own weight the moment he was gone. Caesar looks at the image of that dead king and feels, suddenly and completely, the weight of his own unrealized ambition pressing against the inside of his chest. He weeps. Not quietly. He weeps in the way men weep when they are not performing grief, but living it, when the distance between what they are and what they wish to be becomes, for one unbearable moment, too large to contain. And then he masters himself, and he returns to his work, and the moment passes, and he carries it with him for the rest of his life. It is important to sit with that image. Julius Caesar, standing before Alexander weeping. Because what that moment reveals is not weakness, it reveals hunger. It reveals a man who measures himself not against the men around him, who are after all merely Roman politicians with ambitions scaled to the dimensions of a single city, but against the largest figures in human history. Caesar does not want to be better than Pompey, or better than Crassus, or better than any of the clever, grasping men who crowd the forum and compete for magistracies and provincial appointments. He wants to be better than Alexander. He wants to stand where no Roman has ever stood. And that ambition, vast, almost incomprehensible in its reach, is what drives every calculation he makes from this point forward, every alliance, every debt, every public gesture, every political gamble. He returns to Rome, and the cursus honorum resumes its patient march. The quaestorship comes, and Caesar discharges its duties competently and without drama, serving as a financial officer in Hispania, and learning, as junior officials always do, the texture of administration, the paperwork, the logistics, the thousand small decisions that keep a province functioning and its taxes flowing back toward the capital. He is noticed for his energy. He is noticed for the ease with which he speaks to people at every level of society, for the way he remembers names and faces and uses them, for the way ordinary people feel in his presence that they have been seen. This is a gift, and Caesar knows it is a gift, and he cultivates it the way a gardener cultivates something rare and delicate, with constant attention and deliberate care. He returns to Rome with the quaestorship behind him, and begins the next phase of his ascent, and here the strategy becomes clear, and it is audacious in a way that even his contemporaries find difficult to process. Caesar is not wealthy. The Julia gens, his family, is ancient and noble. Their lineage traces by Roman tradition all the way back to the goddess Venus herself, but ancestry does not pay debts, and Caesar has debts. And more importantly, Caesar has plans that will require money on a scale that boggles the Roman imagination. He begins to borrow. He borrows from moneylenders, from associates, from powerful men who believe that lending to Julius Caesar is an investment in the career of a man who will one day be capable of returning the favor at enormous interest. He borrows so much that the total sum becomes, in Roman political gossip, almost a legend in itself. Figures cited by ancient sources that, when converted to modern equivalents, suggest debts in the hundreds of millions. The loans pile up the way debts always pile up for men who are building something larger than their current means can support. And Caesar does not seem troubled by this, because Caesar has already calculated that the return on investment, if his plans succeed, will be incalculable. What does he do with the money? He does what Romans in his position do when they wish to purchase public affection on a scale that no one has previously attempted. He puts on games. The Roman games, the ludi, are not entertainment in the casual modern sense. They are political instruments of extraordinary power. A magistrate who puts on spectacular games purchases something that no speech and no policy position can buy: the direct, visceral, emotional gratitude of tens of thousands of ordinary Roman citizens who have watched gladiators fight and wild animals die, and theatrical performances unfold beneath the open sky, all at the magistrate's personal expense. The crowd that cheers in the arena is the same crowd that votes in the assemblies. The man who feeds their appetite for spectacle becomes, in their minds, a patron on the grandest possible scale, a man who gives without being asked, who spends without hesitation, who demonstrates through the sheer excess of his generosity that he is a man worth trusting with power. Caesar understands this equation with crystalline clarity. He serves as aedile, the magistrate responsible for public buildings, festivals, and games, in 65 BCE, and what he does in that office is staggering. He does not simply meet the expected standard for the games. He exceeds it so completely that the city spends weeks talking about nothing else. He brings in animals that Romans have never seen before, exotic creatures from the far reaches of the known world, assembled at tremendous expense and displayed before crowds who have no framework for processing what they are witnessing. He stages gladiatorial contests on a scale that pushes against the boundaries of what the law permits, fielding so many pairs of fighters that the Senate, alarmed by the spectacle of Caesar, essentially maintaining a private army of trained killers for the duration of the games, passes a limit on the number of gladiators any one man may bring to Rome. Caesar complies with the new law, and the crowd, who have been watching all of this with delight and admiration, love him all the more for the grandeur of what came before the restriction. The Forum during these months is alive with his name. Caesar, they say. Caesar is spending what no man has spent before. Caesar is giving Rome what it has not had in years: excess, spectacle, beauty, the gorgeous and wasteful abundance that only the truly powerful can afford. He is purchasing not just votes, but something deeper than votes. He is purchasing the city's imagination. He is making himself, in the minds of ordinary Romans, into something larger than a magistrate, into a force, a presence, a name that carries weight, not because of the offices he has held, but because of the sheer scale of what he has been willing to give. Behind the spectacle, the political work continues. Caesar moves through the Forum with the practiced ease of a man who has spent his entire life learning how to move through rooms. He is tall and lean, with sharp eyes and a voice trained by years of rhetorical study. He had gone as a young man to the island of Rhodes to study under Apollonius Molon, the most celebrated teacher of oratory in the Roman world, and what he learned there shows in every public address he gives. He speaks without shouting, without the theatrical excess that lesser orators mistake for passion. He speaks with precision and control, finding the exact word and placing it in the exact moment where it will do the most work. And the crowds that gather in the Forum to hear him stand very still, because stillness is what good oratory produces, the silence of people who are genuinely listening. He makes alliances. He rebuilds connections with the populares, the political faction that his uncle Gaius Marius had led, the faction that speaks for the interests of the common people against the entrenched power of the senatorial aristocracy. This alignment is partly genuine, because Caesar does in fact feel the pull of his family's political tradition, and partly strategic, because the populares command a vast reservoir of popular support that a man of Caesar's ambitions cannot afford to ignore. He is careful with these alliances. He does not make promises he cannot keep, and he does not commit himself entirely to any single patron or faction, because a man with one patron has one benefactor, while a man who is his own master has none of the obligations that patrons always eventually require. The year 63 BCE arrives, and with it an election that Caesar has been preparing for, quietly, carefully, with the methodical patience that characterizes everything he does, for years. The office of Pontifex Maximus, the supreme head of Roman state religion, has come open. It is not a military command or a direct governing authority. The Pontifex Maximus does not lead legions or govern provinces. What the position offers is something subtler, and in many ways more valuable: prestige of an almost immeasurable kind, a religious authority that places its holder at the symbolic center of Roman public life, a title that carries with it an official residence on the sacred way, and a dignity that no political reversal can take away, because it is held for life. The two other candidates for the position are formidable. Quintus Lutatius Catulus is a man of vast senatorial prestige, a former consul, one of the most respected figures in the conservative establishment. Publius Servilius Vatia Isauricus is similarly decorated, similarly well-connected, similarly the kind of man who in any normal year would win any normal election by the simple weight of the establishment's preference. They look at Caesar and see, if they bother to look carefully, a danger they may be underestimating. Caesar has the debts, the games, the public affection, the sharpness of his rhetoric. But he is younger than them, less decorated than them, less entrenched in the networks of senatorial power that typically determine who receives such positions. The morning of the election, Caesar's mother stands at the door of their home, and Caesar takes her hands and he tells her calmly, without theater, in the way he says most of the important things he says, that he will return home that day either as Pontifex Maximus or not at all. The line is preserved by Plutarch as a window into the peculiar fearlessness that defines him. He is not being dramatic. He means it. If he loses this election, the debts he has accumulated, the political capital he has spent, the reputation he has staked on this moment, will all become a weight that Rome's wolves, and there are many wolves in Rome, will use to pull him down. He has bet everything on this day. He knows it. And the knowledge does not frighten him. It focuses him. He campaigns harder than his opponents think necessary. He works the tribes and the centuries of the popular assemblies with the same tireless attention to individual voters that he brings to everything. He remembers names. He makes eye contact. He asks about families, about farms, about the small particular details of people's lives, and the people he speaks to carry that conversation home with them and tell their households about it. Because to be seen by Julius Caesar, really seen, is to feel for a moment that you are part of something larger than the daily grind of Roman life. The votes are counted. The result moves through the forum like a wave moving through water, gathering force as it goes, arriving at last with the weight of something irreversible. Caesar has won. Not narrowly, not by the thin margin that a lucky night of canvassing might produce, but decisively, in the way that a man wins when he has done the work and built the foundation and left as little as possible to chance. The populares cheer. The conservative senators receive the news with the controlled discomfort of men who have just watched something shift in Rome's political landscape without being entirely certain what it means for them. Caesar moves into the official residence of the Pontifex Maximus on the Sacred Way. His mother moves with him. He has always been close to her, Aurelia, a woman of intelligence and discipline who shaped his early education with the same rigor she applied to everything. The house is dignified and old, with thick walls that hold the summer heat and the winter chill in equal measure, and Caesar walks its rooms with the quiet satisfaction of a man who has arrived at a destination that he set for himself a very long time ago. He is not finished, he is nowhere near finished, but this is real. This is solid. This is the kind of position that can serve as a platform for the things he is only beginning to imagine. Outside the Pontifex's residence, Rome continues its enormous grinding life. The forum fills each morning with the voices of orators and merchants and senators and citizens making their daily demands of the Republic. The Tiber runs brown and steady through the city's heart. On the Capitoline Hill, the temples catch the morning light and throw it back in gold, and the city below them hums and argues and gossips and plots. Julius Caesar has climbed high enough now to see across the rooftops. He is looking toward the horizon, and the horizon is very far away, and he is 37 years old, and he is just beginning. The year 62 BCE closes around him, like the final chapter of one story and the opening breath of another. His praetorship, the senior magistracy he holds after the Pontifex election, is drawing to its end, and with it his formal presence in Rome's daily administration. Ahead of him lies the possibility of a provincial command, a proconsulship, the kind of posting that gives a man legions and territory and the opportunity to demonstrate in the field what he has so far demonstrated only in the forum. His enemies, and they are numerous, are already whispering, already measuring his debts and his ambitions against his accomplishments, already calculating the ways in which they might constrain him, already perhaps slightly afraid. They are right to be afraid. Julius Caesar stands at the threshold of something vast, and he knows the shape of it, even if its full dimensions are not yet visible, and the knowledge gives him the particular stillness of a man who is not waiting to see what the world will bring him. He is deciding what he will bring to the world. The cursus honorum has been climbed, one careful rung at a time, through debt and spectacle, and patient political work and the weeping recognition, in a temple in Hispania, that life is short and greatness does not wait for those who hesitate. The latter is behind him now. What lies ahead is open ground. And Julius Caesar has never been afraid of open ground. Chapter 4. The Unholy Triumvirate, 62 BCE to 58 BCE. The city breathes before the storm. It is 62 BCE, and Rome in winter carries a particular kind of silence, not the silence of peace, but the silence of a city catching its breath between convulsions. The streets of the Suburra still hum with the ordinary chaos of vendors and carts and children darting between the legs of strangers, but in the marble corridors of power, in the heated private rooms of the great houses that crown the Palatine and the Aventine, something is shifting. Something tectonic. Something that most men cannot yet feel beneath their feet, but that Julius Caesar, 40 years old, recently returned from his praetorship in Hispania Ulterior, lean with ambition and sharp with calculation, already feels in his bones. He has come back to Rome with the laurels of a small war, and the hunger of a man who knows exactly how far he still has to climb. In Hispania, he fought the Lusitanian tribes with a ferocity that surprised even his own officers. He wept, they say, before a statue of Alexander the Great, not from sentiment, but from a fierce burning impatience. Alexander had conquered half the known world by the age at which Caesar was still managing debt and provincial administration. The weeping was not weakness. It was a reckoning. A man measuring the distance between what he is and what he intends to be. But Rome does not reward ambition alone. Rome rewards position. And position in the Republic is guarded by law, by tradition, by the bristling machinery of senatorial privilege, a machine that the old families have operated for generations, that grinds down men who move too fast or reach too far without the proper credentials. Caesar understands this. He has watched it grind down better men than him. And so he does not charge the machine. He studies it. He finds its seams. The consulship is what he needs. The consulship is the pinnacle of Roman civic life. 2 men elected each year to lead the Republic, their names attached forever to the year of their office, their decisions shaping law and territory and the fate of legions. To be consul is to stand at the very center of the Roman world. Caesar intends to stand there. He has intended it since boyhood. But the path to the consulship, in 59 BCE, the year in which he is eligible to stand, is blocked at every turn by men who despise him, distrust him, and fear what he might do with real power. Chief among these obstacles is the Senate itself, specifically the faction coalescing around Marcus Porcius Cato, a man of such rigid, inflexible virtue that he has made incorruptibility into a weapon. Cato does not merely oppose Caesar on policy. He opposes him on principle. He sees in Caesar the precise shape of the danger that republics die from, the charismatic, brilliant, unscrupulous man who loves the state just enough to hollow it out from within. Cato watches. Cato speaks. Cato delays. And in Rome, delay is a form of destruction. Caesar looks at the board before him and understands that he cannot win it alone. No single man, however gifted, however ruthless, however loved by the street crowds of the Suburra, can overcome the combined weight of senatorial obstruction, conservative tradition, and Catonian principle by himself. He needs allies. Not merely clients or dependents, he has plenty of those, men who owe him money or favors or both. He needs allies of a different magnitude entirely. He needs men whose power is so vast that their alignment with him changes the entire geometry of Roman politics. He looks across the city and finds them. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, called Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. And in this moment, in the quiet calculation of a winter evening in Rome, the idea that will reshape the Mediterranean world begins to take its form. Pompey is the most celebrated soldier Rome has produced in a generation. He is in his early 40s now, a man of enormous physical presence and enormous reputation, The general who cleared the Mediterranean of pirates in a campaign of breathtaking speed, who defeated Mithridates of Pontus in the east and reorganized the provinces of Asia Minor, who returned to Rome with triumphs that made the people dizzy with pride. He is, by any measure, the greatest military figure of his age. And yet Pompey stands now in a condition that he finds genuinely humiliating. His veterans, the men who marched with him across the east and bled for Rome's expansion, have not received the land grants they were promised. And the eastern settlements he negotiated, the reorganization of conquered territories that represents perhaps the most consequential act of his career, have not been ratified by the Senate. The Senate refuses him, not because his settlements are wrong or illegal, but because Cato and the conservatives find Pompey's power distasteful, and ratifying his arrangements en bloc would feel to them like a surrender to one man's preeminence. And so they stall. They question. They demand that each settlement be reviewed individually, which will take years. Pompey, accustomed to the immediate and absolute authority of military command, finds himself paralyzed by the Senate's procedural obstruction, and his humiliation is the kind that festers. Crassus is a different creature entirely. He is the richest man in Rome, perhaps the richest private citizen in the history of the Republic, and his wealth is of the particular kind that breeds paranoia, because great wealth in Rome is never fully secure without great political influence to protect it. Crassus has spent his fortune on politics for decades, funding campaigns, buying loyalties, cultivating networks so vast and intricate that his name appears in the background of nearly every significant event in Roman public life. He and Pompey have been rivals and mutual annoyances since the days of the Sullan proscriptions. But Crassus, too, has grievances. The tax farming companies, the publicani whose contracts he backs, have suffered losses in the eastern provinces and want a renegotiation of their terms. The Senate, unmoved, has denied them. 3 men, then, each blocked by the same wall. Caesar sees it with the clarity of a surveyor. Pompey's veterans need land. Pompey's eastern settlements need ratification. Crassus's publicani need relief. And Caesar needs the consulship, and beyond it, a military command significant enough to build him the kind of glory that only Pompey has achieved. Individually, each of them is stymied. Together, if they can stomach each other, if the ancient rivalry between Pompey and Crassus can be managed, if the mutual suspicions of powerful men can be set aside long enough to act, together, they constitute a force that the Senate cannot resist. The negotiations are delicate and private, conducted in the kind of guarded, indirect manner that Roman aristocrats prefer. Messages carried by trusted freedmen, meetings arranged in ways that do not appear to be meetings, language always oblique enough to be denied. Caesar is the architect of these conversations. He is the one who moves between Pompey's great house on the Carina and Crassus's sprawling urban properties with the easy, unhurried grace of a man who is simply paying social calls. He flatters Pompey without appearing to flatter him. He reassures Crassus without appearing to need anything from him. He presents the alliance not as a conspiracy, but as a mutual recognition of obvious facts. And slowly, carefully, with the patience of a man who knows that this particular game cannot be rushed, he brings them together. The 3 men reach an understanding. No documents, no formal oaths, nothing that could be placed before a court or read in the forum. Just an agreement, binding in the way that agreements between powerful men in private rooms are binding, by the weight of mutual interest. Caesar will use the consulship, which they will help him win, to push through legislation that satisfies Pompey's veterans and ratifies his settlements, and provides relief to Crassus's business interests. In return, they will support him. They will fund him. They will lend him the gravitational weight of their names and their networks. The Romans, who eventually piece together what has happened, will call it the triumvirate, the rule of 3. But in 62 and 61 BCE, as it is being assembled, it has no name. It is simply a set of private understandings between 3 men who have decided that the Republic will serve their purposes whether it wishes to or not. The election of 60 BCE, in which Caesar stands for the consulship to take office in 59, is a contest that both sides wage with everything they have. Caesar's opponents are well aware of what he represents and what a Caesar consulship will mean. Cato, who has reportedly said that he would sooner die than see Caesar with genuine power, is tireless in his opposition. Enormous sums of money change hands in the business of Roman elections. The buying of votes, the securing of tribal support, the cultivation of the centuriate assembly, and Caesar's opponents spend lavishly. But Caesar, backed now by the resources of Crassus, spends more. He campaigns with the energy of a man who has been moving toward this moment his entire life. He speaks in the forum. He dines with the right men. He reminds the people of Rome that their interests and his interests are the same. He is elected consul for 59 BC. The Optimates succeed in electing as his colleague a man named Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, a prim, cautious conservative whose chief qualification for the office appears to be that he is not Julius Caesar. The consulship of Caesar and Bibulus will become one of the most remarkable and turbulent years in the history of the Roman Republic. Caesar arrives in office with an agenda he intends to accomplish in full, and he has no interest whatsoever in the procedural courtesies that Roman political convention normally requires. His first and most urgent piece of business is the Land Bill, a law to distribute public land in Campania and elsewhere to Pompey's veterans and to Rome's landless poor. This is not a new idea. Land redistribution has been a flashpoint in Roman politics since the days of the Gracchi, and every previous attempt to accomplish it has ended in violence or failure or both. Caesar drafts his bill with deliberate care, making it difficult to oppose on its merits. The land to be distributed is genuinely available. The beneficiaries are genuinely deserving. The terms are genuinely fair. He brings it to the Senate first, as tradition demands, and invites discussion. The Senate's response is what he expects: obstruction. Cato speaks at length, at extraordinary, almost theatrical length, filibustering in the Roman manner, which requires no procedure beyond the willingness of a senator to keep talking until the session must be adjourned. Caesar, watching him speak, makes a decision. He has Cato physically removed from the chamber. The Senate is scandalized. Several senators walk out in protest. Caesar lets them go. He will not be delayed by men who have made delay itself into a weapon. He takes the bill to the people directly, to the tribal assembly, which is constitutionally empowered to pass legislation. This is legal. It is also aggressive. It bypasses the Senate's informal but long-observed role in guiding legislation, and it signals clearly that Caesar intends to govern not through the consensus of the elite, but through the authority of the popular assemblies. Bibulus, his colleague, attempts to obstruct the vote by announcing that he is watching the skies for omens, a traditional religious mechanism by which a magistrate could theoretically suspend all public business, since Roman law held that legislation could not be passed while an augur was observing the heavens. Caesar ignores him. The assembly votes. The bill passes. Bibulus retires to his house and spends the rest of the year announcing from behind his own door that he is watching for omens, and therefore all of Caesar's legislation is illegal. The Romans joke that this is the consulship of Julius and Caesar. Their colleague has made himself so invisible, so effectively nullified, that the year might as well belong to one man alone. But the joke has an edge to it, because what Bibulus is doing, absurd as it seems, reflects a genuine constitutional crisis. Caesar is not, technically, supposed to be doing any of this. He is doing it anyway. The legislation flows. The Lex Julia Agraria distributes land to Pompey's veterans. A second land law redistributes the Campanian ager publicus to poor Roman citizens, an enormous act of social redistribution that Caesar's enemies will resent for years. Pompey's eastern settlements are ratified in a single measure, the comprehensive ratification that the Senate had spent years refusing. Crassus's tax farmers receive the renegotiation of their contracts. One by one, the debts of the alliance are paid. One by one, the three men get what they agreed they would get. Caesar moves through these months with a focused, relentless efficiency that impresses even those who despise him. He is consul, and he behaves like the only consul, drafting, arguing, organizing, charming, threatening, always pushing forward. He also attends to his own future, because the consulship is a temporary thing, and what comes after it matters enormously. Former consuls are typically assigned provinces to govern, an opportunity to acquire wealth and military experience, and the kind of independent command that builds lasting power. The Senate, sensing this, attempts to assign Caesar something useless, the supervision of the forests and cattle trails of Italy, a post with no army and no glory and no future. Caesar, who has spent the year accumulating obligations and favors, has already ensured that this particular insult will not stand. Through the tribune Publius Vatinius, he secures the passage of a law granting him the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years with command of 3 legions. When the governor of Transalpine Gaul dies unexpectedly, the Senate, at Pompey's urging, adds that province as well, along with a 4th legion. Caesar will go north. He will go north with 4 legions and 5 years, and the vast unsubdued territories beyond the Alps, calling to him like a door left open on a winter night. But before he leaves, there is one more element of the political architecture to set in place. His daughter Julia, brilliant, beloved, the one person in Caesar's life to whom the armor of calculation seems genuinely not to apply, is given in marriage to Pompey. It is a dynastic alliance of the kind that Rome has always used to bind powerful men together, and it works in the years ahead better than anyone expects, because Pompey genuinely loves Julia, and Julia, by all accounts, is genuinely worthy of being loved. The marriage transforms the political compact into something warmer, something more human. It will not last forever. Nothing in Caesar's world lasts forever. But for now, it holds. Caesar also forges another bond, securing the betrothal of his great niece Asia to a young man named Gaius Octavius, a small domestic arrangement that no one pays particular attention to in the chaos of these enormous political events, and whose significance will only become clear to history much, much later. As the year 59 BCE draws toward its close, Caesar stands at the edge of departure. He has accomplished what he set out to accomplish. He is consul. He has legislated. He has distributed land and ratified settlements, and secured alliances and arranged marriages, and positioned himself for a military command of potentially vast significance. The Optimates hate him with a focused, burning hatred. Cato has promised to prosecute him the moment he loses the immunity that his office provides, and several other senators have made similar promises. Caesar knows this. He has always known this. The threat of prosecution is one of the reasons why he cannot simply step down from power and retire to private life. Private life, for Caesar, at this particular moment in Roman history, is a place where enemies can reach him. And so he goes north. He goes toward Gaul, which is not yet a Roman province in its entirety, which is full of tribes whose restlessness is, if one looks at it correctly, an opportunity. He goes as a governor, legally appointed, constitutionally unassailable, for now. He goes with 4 legions, and an ambition that the consulship, enormous as it was, has not even begun to exhaust. Rome watches him go. The Senate exhales, relieved perhaps to have him at a distance, to have the relentless pressure of his presence removed from the forum, from the assemblies, from the daily life of the city's politics. Bibulus, emerging at last from his self-imposed domestic exile, issues a final proclamation about the illegality of everything Caesar has done. Cato speaks again, at length, about the danger to the Republic. The optimates comfort themselves with the thought that what has happened can be undone, that Caesar's legislation can be challenged, that his command can be revoked, that the man himself, when he finally comes back, whenever he comes back, can be brought to trial and broken. They are wrong about this. They do not know yet that they are wrong, because they cannot see what Caesar can see from the northern road, as Gaul opens before him like an unwritten page. That power, real power, the kind that cannot be legislated away or prosecuted into submission, is built not in the forum but in the field. It is built in the loyalty of soldiers who have marched through mud and blood at your command. It is built in the gold of conquered territories, and the gratitude of relieved allies, and the fear of enemies who have learned at great cost what you are capable of. The unholy triumvirate, that private, unwritten, scandalous arrangement between three of the most powerful men in the Roman world, has given Caesar the platform he needed. The consulship gave him the tools. And now, as 58 BCE begins, and the Alps rise before him, and the wind carries the cold smell of northern forests, he is about to give himself something that no alliance and no legislation and no election can manufacture. He is about to give himself a war. Chapter 5. Into the Wilds of Gaul, 58 BCE to 54 BCE. The road north from Rome is long, and in the spring of 58 BCE, Gaius Julius Caesar rides it with the full weight of ambition pressing against his chest like armor. He is 41 years old. His hair has begun its slow retreat from his temples, and the lines around his eyes have deepened since the forum days of his consulship, when he stood before the roaring crowd and bent the Senate to his will through sheer force of nerve. That year, 59 BCE, had been a masterwork of political theater. He had secured land for Pompey's veterans. He had satisfied the financial interests of Crassus. He had married his daughter Julia to Pompey himself, binding the first man of arms to the first man of politics through the oldest of human ties. And then, with the scaffolding of the so-called First Triumvirate still warm beneath his feet, he had arranged for himself the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul, Illyricum, and, through the sudden, convenient death of its previous governor, Transalpine Gaul as well. 5 years. The Senate had given him 5 years, and the command of 4 legions. To most Romans, Gaul is little more than a cold forested abstraction beyond the Alps, a place of fog and cattle and barbarous men who paint their faces and worship trees. To Caesar, it is everything. It is the raw material of transformation. Pompey has his eastern conquests. Crassus nurses dreams of Parthian glory. Caesar has this, a vast unfinished territory waiting to be made into a monument. He does not think of conquest in the way lesser men do, as a matter of brute force applied to a map. He thinks of it as architecture. You do not simply smash a thing into submission. You study it. You understand its weight-bearing points, its fault lines, its hungers. And then you press with precision, exactly where it is most likely to yield. The first test arrives almost immediately, and it arrives not from the direction Caesar expects. In the early months of 58 BCE, word reaches him that the Helvetii are moving. This confederation of tribes from the high plateau of what will one day be called Switzerland has been restless for years, boxed in by mountains and rivers and the creeping pressure of Germanic peoples pushing from the north and east. Their chieftains have spent a decade planning a great migration westward into the fertile lowlands of central Gaul. Under the leadership of a nobleman named Orgetorix, they had once dreamed of dominating all of Gaul from a new homeland. Orgetorix is dead now, accused of conspiracy and undone before his plans could fully ripen. But the migration itself has taken on a momentum that no single man's death can arrest. Nearly 300,000 people, warriors, women, children, the elderly, entire villages reduced to bundles and cattle, are preparing to leave their plateau forever. They burn their own towns behind them. They destroy their granaries. They leave themselves no way back. There is a route through Roman territory, through the narrow pass along the Rhone near the town of Geneva, and the Helvetii send ambassadors to Caesar requesting permission to cross. Caesar sits with these men in the spring light and listens carefully. He is courteous. He is deliberate. He tells them he will need time to consider the request and asks them to return in a fortnight. It is, of course, a fiction. The moment the ambassadors withdraw, he sets his engineers to work. Along the entire length of the Rhone where the pass runs narrow, Roman soldiers labor without rest, throwing up a wall and ditch 19 miles long. Timber palisades rise from the riverbank. Signal towers are positioned at intervals. By the time the Helvetii return for Caesar's answer, the pass is sealed. He tells them no. They probe the defenses. They attempt crossings at night, at dawn, in the gray middle hours when men's attention wanders. Each time they are repulsed. And so they turn, and they find another route, northward, through the territory of the Aedui tribe, Roman allies, a people who have long enjoyed the friendship and protection of the Republic. When the Helvetii pour through Aeduan lands, stripping fields and plundering settlements, the Aedui send urgent envoys south to Caesar. The alliance is activated. The moral justification Caesar needs is handed to him fully formed. He moves fast. This is the quality that will define him in Gaul above all others. Speed, a relentless, grinding velocity that leaves opponents perpetually off balance. He crosses the Alps, joins his main force, picks up 2 additional legions he has been quietly raising in Cisalpine Gaul, and marches north with 6 legions total, nearly 30,000 men, pushing through the early summer heat with the disciplined rhythm of a machine. The Helvetii are strung out along a line of march that stretches for miles. Their baggage train alone is enormous, carts piled with provisions, tools, the portable remnants of 300,000 lives. When Caesar catches their rear at the Saone River, he strikes with the calculated savagery of a man who has waited for precisely this geometry. 3/4 of the Helvetii have already crossed. The remaining quarter, a clan called the Tigurine, are still on the eastern bank. Caesar falls upon them in the gray hour before full dawn, and the slaughter is swift and absolute. The Tigurine are destroyed as a fighting force before the sun has fully risen. He bridges the Saone in a single day. A crossing that took the Helvetii 20 days, he completes in 24 hours. It is the first of many moments in this campaign where Caesar seems to compress time itself, to move through it at a rate that makes his opponents feel as though they are wading through water while he walks on solid ground. What follows is a chase through the hills and fields of central Gaul, a grinding pursuit during which Caesar's supply lines are stretched and his mood darkens. He had arranged for grain from the Aedui, and the grain is not coming. There is a man responsible for this failure, an Aeduan nobleman named Dumnorix, brother of the loyal chieftain Diviciacus, a man with his own political ambitions and his own calculations about which side of Roman power he would rather inhabit. Caesar files this away. He does not act on it immediately. He stores it in that long, precise memory of his, behind the eyes that miss nothing. The direct confrontation comes finally near the town of Bibracta, a great Aeduan hillfort in the forested uplands. The Helvetii, sensing that Caesar's supply difficulties might make him vulnerable, turn to offer battle. Caesar withdraws to a nearby ridge, orders his cavalry to screen the retreat, and forms his 4 best legions in 3 ranks on the high ground. His 2 new, less seasoned legions, and the allied auxiliaries hold the baggage line on the crest above. The Helvetii advance upslope into the Roman position with remarkable discipline, shields locked in a formation that surprises even Caesar's veterans. The fighting is brutal and does not resolve quickly. The Boii and Tulingi, 2 tribes allied to the Helvetii, circle around and strike the Roman right flank. For a time, the battle pivots dangerously. Caesar orders his 3rd line to turn and face the new threat, fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously, a maneuver that would have shattered most ancient armies. It does not shatter his. The legions hold. They push. By the time darkness settles over the hillside, the Helvetii are broken and streaming back toward their wagons. Roman soldiers pursue through the night and into the morning. The wagons are surrounded. There is fighting among the carts and the terrified civilians, a last desperate resistance that the legions extinguish with methodical force. When it is done, Caesar finds among the Helvetian records, written out in Greek letters, because their scribes have borrowed the alphabet from southern traders, a census. There were 263,000 people when the migration began. When Caesar counts the survivors and sends them back to their plateau with orders to rebuild their towns as a buffer against the Germanic tribes to the north, he counts 110,000. More than half are gone. Some are dead. Some have scattered. Some have been absorbed into slavery's great anonymous tide. The plateau that was emptied is filled again, by command of Rome, with a broken remnant that will never again be capable of threatening the Republic's northern frontier. Caesar does not linger on this arithmetic. There is already another problem forming to the north. Ariovistus is a German king, the first truly formidable non-Gallic figure Caesar must confront. He leads a confederation of Suebian and associated Germanic warriors who crossed the Rhine years earlier, at the invitation of the Sequani tribe, embroiled at the time in a local war against the Aedui. Ariovistus and his men fought and won and stayed. They claimed a third of Sequanian territory as their reward, and then demanded another third. And now the Sequani live as hostages in their own land, afraid to speak of their suffering even to Roman envoys for fear of what Ariovistus will do to the relatives he holds as surety against their silence. The Gallic tribes are sending their chieftains to Caesar in increasing numbers, speaking to him in secret and in fear. The message is always the same. More Germans are coming. If this tide is not checked, if Ariovistus is not driven back across the Rhine, all of Gaul will become a German province within a generation. And a Gaul full of warlike, Germanic peoples pressing against the Roman frontier. This is not a theoretical problem. This is an existential one. Caesar requests a meeting with Ariovistus. The German king declines with contempt. He has nothing to discuss with a Roman governor. He has been called a friend of the Roman people by the Senate itself. He owes no explanations. Caesar tries again. He sends envoys with specific demands. Stop taking Gallic territory. Return the hostages. Accept no further German immigration across the Rhine. Ariovistus responds by asking what business this is of Caesar's, and by suggesting that if Caesar wishes to make war, he is welcome to try. Caesar is already moving before the response fully arrives. He has learned that Ariovistus is marching toward Vesontio, present-day Besançon, the largest town of the Sequani, a place of enormous strategic value sitting in a bend of the Doubs River, full of grain and military supplies. Caesar drives his column through forced marches day and night, and enters Vesontio before the German king reaches it. And here, for the first time, Caesar encounters something he has not yet faced in this campaign: fear inside his own army. The Gauls have been speaking to Roman camp followers and traders and minor officers about the Germans, about their enormous bodies, their wild eyes, their frenzy in battle. These stories pass through the camp like contagion. Younger officers begin constructing elaborate pretexts for why they must return to Rome. Business left unfinished, legal matters requiring attention. Soldiers go quiet in the mess lines. In their tents, men write letters home that have a valedictory quality. Caesar assembles his officers. What follows is one of the most revealing demonstrations of his character in the entire Gallic campaign, not a military maneuver, but a performance. He speaks to them with cold precision. He tells them this fear is an embarrassment. He runs through the history of Rome's encounters with Germanic peoples, encounters that ended in Roman victory. He points out that Ariovistus himself actively sought the friendship of Rome not long ago. And then, with a pivot of masterly theatricality, he tells them that if no one else will march, he will march with the 10th Legion alone. He trusts the 10th. The 10th has never failed him. The silence that follows is electric. The 10th erupts in devotion. The other legions, stung by shame and unwilling to be outdone, fall over themselves to declare their own readiness. The march north resumes with an enthusiasm no order could have manufactured. The armies circle each other in the hills of Alsace for days before the confrontation solidifies. Ariovistus has moved onto the Roman supply line and seems determined to avoid pitched battle, wearing Caesar down through hunger and the slow erosion of waiting. Caesar builds a second camp to protect his supply route, fights off a German attack on it, and then does what he always does when an opponent refuses to be drawn out on his terms. He attacks first before the German king is ready on ground of Caesar's choosing, at a moment the Germans consider impossible. The Roman legions advance so rapidly that the German warriors do not have time to form their traditional wedge formations. They fight in a mass, holding their shields above their heads against the Roman pilum, the heavy javelin that Caesar's men throw as they close to sword range. The Romans do something unexpected and perfectly calibrated. They push through the shower of German spears so fast that the distance collapses before the Germans can exploit it, and then they shove the shields out of the way and cut upward with the short Roman gladius at close quarters that negates the German size advantage entirely. The German line breaks. It breaks utterly and does not reform. Ariovistus flees to the Rhine with a handful of followers, finds a small boat, and crosses. 2 of his wives drown in the flight. 1 of his daughters is captured. He himself escapes, but he escapes as a man destroyed, politically, militarily, personally. He vanishes from history's meaningful record within months. The Germans who had been his army are run down by Caesar's cavalry for mile after mile along the Rhine's western bank. Caesar goes into winter quarters in the territory of the Sequani, a people liberated from German domination by a Roman intervention they had not even dared to request openly. He has been in Gaul for less than a single campaigning season. He has destroyed the Helvetian migration and driven Ariovistus from Gaul. 2 massive problems inherited from years of inaction, resolved in the space of a summer. He writes his dispatches to Rome with the controlled prose of a man who knows that words are also a form of conquest. The Senate receives his accounts and reads them in the echoing marble of the Curia, and they are not entirely pleased. Some of them, men like Cato, that unrelenting moral accountant of the Republic, sense that something dangerous has begun. That this proconsul in the north is accumulating a momentum that has nothing to do with Rome's security and everything to do with one man's trajectory. They are right. But they cannot stop it. Not yet. The winter of 58 to 57 BCE barely allows Caesar to settle before the intelligence begins arriving. The tribes of northern Gaul, the Belgae, a confederation of peoples living between the Rhine and the Seine in the cold forests of what will one day be called Belgium, are organizing. They have watched what happened to the Helvetii. They have watched what happened to Ariovistus. And unlike those peoples who moved or fought reactively, the Belgae are acting preemptively. They are gathering. They are stockpiling grain. They are sending emissaries between their tribes and forging a common cause against the Roman presence that has suddenly, in the span of a single summer, grown from a distant abstraction into a military reality at their doorstep. Caesar raises 2 more legions in Cisalpine Gaul and marches north into Belgium with 8 legions, somewhere between 40 and 50,000 men, before the Belgic coalition has finished assembling itself. Speed again. Always speed. He crosses the Marne, enters Remy territory, the Remy being the one significant Belgian tribe that has wisely chosen Roman alliance over resistance, and establishes his camp on high ground above the Axona River, present-day Aisne, with his flanks protected by the water. The Belgic host that faces him is staggering. Ancient sources speak of 300,000 warriors, an exaggeration almost certainly, but the dust of their camps darkens the northern horizon, and the noise of their movement reaches the Roman pickets like distant thunder. They probe Caesar's position, find it too strong to attack directly, and attempt to cut his supply line by crossing the Ain downstream. Caesar sends cavalry and light infantry to intercept them at the crossing. The slaughter at the ford is one-sided. The Belgic coalition, enormous but disparate, begins to fragment over questions of supply and command. Individual tribes begin to peel away to protect their own harvests. Caesar pursues them tribe by tribe through the summer, a campaign of breathtaking range. The Susiones submit. The Bellovaci submit. The Ambiani submit. He reaches the Nervii, the most formidable of all the Belgic peoples, a tribe that has banned wine and traders from their territory for generations, deliberately preserving a warrior culture that has not been softened by contact with Mediterranean civilization. The Nervii fight with a ferocity that nearly shatters the Roman army entirely. It happens on the banks of the Sabus River, which most historians identify as the Sambra. Caesar's army is marching in column, the legions spread out with baggage trains interspersed, when the Nervii erupt from the forest on the far bank and cross the river at a dead run before the Roman scouts have time to report back. The column dissolves into confusion. Men grab weapons without armor. Sentries form on instinct without reference to their assigned positions. The standard-bearers plant their eagles wherever there is ground to plant them. Caesar himself rides from point to point, reading the chaos, shouting orders, pulling shape from disorder by sheer force of presence. The 12th Legion is effectively destroyed as a fighting unit within the first minutes, officers dead, men crowding together so tightly they cannot use their swords. The 7th Legion suffers heavily beside them. Caesar takes a shield from a soldier beside him. He has come into the fight without one, and wades into the front line himself. The gesture is not entirely reckless. He knows what it means to legionaries to see their commander standing where the dying are thickest. It changes the arithmetic of fear. 2 legions that had been guarding the baggage train arrive at the critical moment, entering the battle on the Nervian flank and rear. The 10th Legion loops around and strikes from another direction. The Nervii, surrounded, fight on with a discipline that Caesar himself will record with something that reads almost like admiration. They climb the bodies of their own fallen to keep the wall of combat alive. When it is over, the Nervii are functionally annihilated as a military force. Their elders tell Caesar that of 600 senatorial nobles, 3 remain. Of 60,000 fighting men, perhaps 500 have survived. Caesar grants them mercy. He sends word to neighboring tribes to leave the Nervii in peace, to respect what little remains of them. It is policy. Mercy costs nothing when the object of it is harmless, but it is also something more. Caesar has a complexity that pure conquerors lack. He can see the Nervii clearly, can understand what they were, can respect the integrity of their destruction. It does not make him hesitate to destroy them, but it makes him pause briefly on the far shore of what he has done. By the end of 57 BCE, his legate Publius Crassus, son of the Triumvir, has swept through the Atlantic coastal tribes of Armorica and the Veneti with comparable efficiency, securing Western Gaul's submission in Caesar's name. Another legate, Servius Galba, attempts to secure the Alpine passes through the Nantuates and Verigri with less success. The Alps remind Caesar that Gaul is not yet finished, that the map of his authority has edges that fray. But the dispatches that reach Rome speak of an unprecedented sweep of victory. The Senate votes 20 days of public thanksgiving, supplicatio, in Caesar's honor. It is the longest such honor ever voted for any Roman commander up to that moment. Even Pompey's Eastern triumphs had been celebrated for 15 days. Caesar has surpassed him, at least in the Senate's formal calendar of gratitude, without having yet held a triumph of his own. In Rome, the rumor is that 3 million people have felt the weight of Caesar's legions in these 2 years. The number is not precise, and it is not meant to be. It is the architecture of reputation, the raw material from which a political future is constructed. 56 BCE brings a new crisis and a new dimension to the war. The maritime tribes of the Atlantic coast, who submitted so smoothly to Publius Crassus the previous year, have spent the winter reconsidering. The Veneti, principal seafarers of western Gaul, arrest Caesar's envoys and use them as bargaining chips to demand the return of their own hostages. Other coastal tribes follow their lead. The Atlantic seaboard ignites in coordinated resistance. The Veneti are a problem of a particular kind. They are not a land power. Their strength is in their ships, heavy-hulled oak vessels built for the Atlantic swells, higher in the freeboard than Roman galleys, with leather sails instead of linen, anchored in fortified coastal towns that the tides render inaccessible for half of every day. When Roman forces approach overland, the Veneti simply load their populations onto their ships and sail to the next fortified harbor. The land campaign becomes a siege of water. Caesar understands that he must fight them on their own element. He builds a fleet on the Loire, a fleet designed by men who have never sailed the Atlantic and who must rapidly learn what that ocean demands. Through the spring, as his legions secure the surrounding territory and his ships are completed and trained, Caesar waits. The sea battle that decides the war is fought in Quiberon Bay, at the mouth of the Loire, on a day when the wind falls away to nothing. The Roman galleys cannot overtake the tall Venetian ships under oar, and under sail the Venetian vessels are superior. But the windless day removes that advantage. And Caesar's crews have developed a weapon for exactly this contingency: long poles with iron hooks on the ends, designed to catch the ropes that hold the Venetian yardarms in place and tear them loose as the galley rows past. Without the yards, the Venetian sails collapse and the ships are helpless, becalmed and immobile. One by one, the Venetian vessels are stripped of their sail capability and surrounded. The battle lasts until evening. When it is over, the Venetian fleet is destroyed and the Atlantic resistance collapses with it. Caesar assembles the Venetian Senate, their entire council of elders, and executes them. The rest of the population is sold. He is making a point. Arresting ambassadors is not an error that Rome permits to go unanswered. Into 55 BCE, the war shifts. Two Germanic tribes, the Usipetes and Tencteri, cross the Rhine in enormous numbers, driven by pressure from the Suebi. They arrive in Gaul not as invaders but as migrants, searching for land, negotiating with Gallic tribes, posing a challenge that is demographic and diplomatic as much as military. Caesar meets their envoys. There are negotiations, truces, a process that seems to be moving toward some kind of resolution. And then Caesar, in a decision that will be debated across centuries and condemned most sharply by Cato and the Senate itself, strikes while the German envoys are still in his camp. He attacks the German camp without warning. The warriors are mostly absent, at a meeting elsewhere negotiating. The camp is full of the non-combatant mass, the families and dependents of the migration. The slaughter is enormous and indiscriminate. Caesar's own account records that 430,000 people crossed the Rhine. Virtually none of them cross back. He follows this act with something even more audacious in its symbolism. He bridges the Rhine, the great river that Rome has always treated as the eastern boundary of the civilized world, and leads his legions across it into Germania. They march for 18 days into the forest, burning settlements, demonstrating the reach of Roman arms, and then withdraw before the season turns. They cross back and destroy the bridge behind them. The message is not about territory. Caesar has no intention of conquering Germania. The message is about psychology, that no river, however wide, however mythologized, constitutes a barrier to Roman will. That the Germans who drove the Usipetes and Tencteri into Gaul should understand what follows from that pressure. And then, before the astonishment of the Rhine crossing has fully registered in Rome or in Gaul, Caesar does something that seems, even to his own contemporaries, close to impossible. He sails for Britain. Britain is not a military problem. It is not a threat to Roman Gaul in any immediate or pressing sense. It is a symbol, an island at the edge of the known world, a place that exists at the rim of Roman imagination, beyond which the ocean itself was thought to become something different, something beyond the category of ordinary water. To cross that ocean is to do what no Roman commander has done before. To plant the eagle on an island that the world barely believes is real. Caesar sails in late summer of 55 BCE with 2 legions, a reconnaissance in force, not a conquest. The British tribes have been in communication with Gallic rebels, providing support and shelter. There are practical justifications. But the practical justifications are scaffolding on what is fundamentally an act of theater. The landing is contested. British charioteers meet the Romans in the surf, a form of warfare that Caesar's men have never encountered, fast and disorienting, wheeling in the shallows while heavily armored legionaries struggle through the waves. The aquilifer of the 10th Legion, the eagle-bearer, is the first man to reach the shore, leaping into the sea, and daring the rest of the legion to let their standard fall into enemy hands. They follow him. The beach is taken. The campaign is inconclusive. Storms damage the fleet. Tribal resistance stiffens. Caesar extracts hostages, declares victory in the only way the situation permits, and returns to Gaul before winter. He will come back the following year with 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry, penetrate deeper, cross the Thames, receive the submission of more tribes, extract more hostages and promises of tribute. But Britain does not become Roman, not yet, not for nearly a century. What Caesar has done in 55 and 54 BCE is not conquest. It is demonstration. He has crossed the ocean at the edge of the world and survived, and this fact, the fact of having done it at all, reverberates through Rome with the clean, satisfying percussion of a story that needs no embellishment. Back in the library of his winter quarters, dictating to his secretaries with the calm efficiency of a man who writes as easily as he breathes, Caesar is already composing the record that will outlast the campaigning itself. He writes in the third person, Caesar did this, Caesar ordered that, a grammatical distance that paradoxically makes the account feel more immediate, more trustworthy, as if reported by a disinterested witness rather than the protagonist. He does not know, as he shapes these sentences, that they will still be read 2,000 years hence. But he writes as though he suspects it. He writes with the precision and control of a man building something meant to last. The legions are in winter quarters. The fires are lit. The sentries walk their circuits in the cold northern dark. And in the brief, enormous silence between campaigns, Julius Caesar adds up what these 4 years have given him. The legions are his now, in a way that goes beyond the formal fact of command. They have suffered with him and triumphed with him. They have followed him across the Rhine and across the ocean. They have held their lines when the Nervi nearly broke them. They have seen him take a shield from a common soldier and stand in the line where men die. The bond between a Roman general and his legions is supposed to be formal, a legal relationship between a magistrate and the soldiers of the Republic. What exists between Caesar and his men is something else. It is personal. It is fierce. It is the kind of loyalty that does not dissolve when the campaign ends and the legal authority lapses, because it is not built on legal authority. It is built on shared extremity, on the particular intimacy of men who have watched each other face death and not flinch. He will need that loyalty. Rome is watching. The Senate is counting. Cato is speaking in his relentless, righteous voice about what this proconsul in the north is becoming. Pompey, once his ally, is beginning to hear the whisper of his own insecurities and to wonder whether the friend he made has grown too large to remain a friend. But all of that is Rome, and Rome is far away. Here, in the winter dark of Gaul, there is only the army, the fire, and the long, unfinished work of the north. Caesar sets down his stylus. He sleeps. And in the morning, the work begins again. Chapter 6. The Edge of the Known World, 54 BCE to 51 BCE. There is a particular kind of silence that falls over an army on the night before it crosses into the unknown. It is not the silence of fear, though fear is present. It lives in the gut, in the shallow breath, in the hand that reaches for a charm worn smooth by 10,000 anxious fingers. It is something older than fear. It is the silence of men who understand, however dimly, that they are standing at the very edge of the world they were born into, and that whatever lies beyond it has no name yet in any language they speak. Julius Caesar stood at the coast of Gaul in the late summer of 54 BCE and looked out across the Oceanus Britannicus, the great gray water that the Romans believed marked the boundary between the known and the impossible. Britain was out there. He had been there once before, the previous year, a preliminary crossing with 2 legions, a gesture more than a conquest, a reconnaissance wrapped in the language of invasion. He had touched the island, skirmished along its chalk shores, and returned before autumn sealed the sea. But that first visit had only sharpened the appetite. Britain was real. It was reachable. And Julius Caesar had never in his life encountered something reachable without reaching for it. The fleet he had assembled for this second crossing was unlike anything the ancient world had seen, gathered in one place for a single amphibious operation. Nearly 800 vessels of various sizes, warships, transport galleys, privately owned merchant ships requisitioned from every harbor along the Gallic coast, stretched along the shoreline in a formation so vast that men standing at one end of it could not see the other. Caesar had spent the winter refining the ship designs himself, shortening the draft, widening the beam, lowering the height of the sides to make beaching easier on the shallow British shores he remembered from the year before. He had learned from that first crossing. He always learned. That was perhaps the most dangerous thing about him. Not his audacity, not his physical courage, not even the cold precision of his tactical mind. It was the fact that he never stopped accumulating knowledge and never stopped converting it into capability. 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry boarded through the last days of June and the 1st of July, loading in shifts through the night by torchlight, the sound of horses nickering and the creak of timber and the low continuous murmur of tens of thousands of men filling the darkness along the coast. Caesar did not sleep. He moved along the embarkation points, watching, calculating, occasionally issuing a correction, a transport riding too low in the water, a cavalry unit distributed unevenly across too few ships. His staff officers, men accustomed to his rhythms, followed at a careful distance. They had learned that when Caesar was thinking, interruption cost more than silence. The crossing itself came at midnight. The tide was right, the wind was right, and Caesar gave the order. The fleet moved out into the darkness of the channel in an operation of extraordinary coordination. Hundreds of vessels maintaining formation in the black water, navigating by the dim lights of signal ships stationed at intervals across the route. It was the kind of logistical achievement that tends to be forgotten in histories because it left no bodies on a field, no burning city to commemorate. But the movement of 800 ships across a hostile sea at night, in tight enough formation to land a coherent fighting force on a defended shore, was itself a kind of military genius expressed not in violence but in pure organization. They landed near what is today Deal, on the flat beaches of Kent, the legions coming ashore in the gray pre-dawn light with the practiced efficiency of men who had done this before, and the heightened alertness of men who were doing it somewhere genuinely strange. Britain felt different from Gaul. The air was different. The light was different, softer, more diffuse, filtered through a perpetual thin overcast that made the colors of the land look washed and ancient. The Britons, who had gathered to oppose the landing the previous year, were gone. Word of Roman numbers had reached them first, and the tribes of the southeast had pulled back, choosing the interior over the shore. Caesar did not pause to consolidate. Consolidation was for commanders who were uncertain. He left his ships anchored offshore with a force to guard them, and moved inland immediately, pushing through the night with the legions in column, covering 12 miles before dawn broke fully over the strange flat land of southeastern Britain. The Britons, under their paramount leader, Cassivellaunus, fell back ahead of him, refusing set battle, using their extraordinary chariots, a weapon Rome had not seen in warfare for generations, to harass the flanks and pick off stragglers. These were not the crude war wagons of earlier ages. British chariots were nimble, low-slung platforms driven by men of remarkable skill, capable of moving at speed across uneven ground, discharging their warriors, and then withdrawing before Roman infantry could close. They were, in their own way, as sophisticated a piece of military engineering as anything the Romans had produced. Caesar watched them with the same focused attention he gave to everything that was new and potentially dangerous. He identified the pattern quickly. The chariots never committed to close action. They never stayed in place long enough to be surrounded, and they relied on the psychological disruption of their speed and noise as much as on direct casualties. The answer, he concluded, was to deny them the space they needed to operate. He began using his cavalry, not to chase the chariots but to compress the battlefield, forcing the British fighters into terrain where their mobility advantage shrank. It worked, gradually, imperfectly, but enough. The crossing of the Thames was the campaign's central military challenge. Cassivellaunus had reinforced the northern bank with sharpened stakes driven into the riverbed and had massed his warriors on the high ground beyond the southern shore. Caesar crossed anyway, infantry wading chest-deep through the brown water while British warriors screamed at them from the far bank, cavalry cutting across to create a bridgehead while the legions forced the passage through the hail of projectiles. It was brutal, direct, and completely characteristic of the man. He believed that the momentum of an attack sustained through what seemed impossible difficulty was itself a weapon, that an enemy who watched men come through what should have killed them was already half broken. Cassivellaunus fell back from the Thames and shifted tactics, abandoning open resistance and dispersing his forces into the forests and marshes of his territory, ordering the tribes of the southeast to attack Caesar's supply lines and baggage trains. It was a sensible response to Roman military superiority. It was also, ultimately, insufficient. The tribes of the southeast, several of whom bore old grievances against Cassivellaunus, began making separate submissions to Caesar, trading their cooperation for guaranteed autonomy. Caesar received their envoys with the elaborate courtesy he always extended to those who chose negotiation over resistance, and filed away every piece of intelligence they offered about British tribal politics with the same systematic thoroughness he brought to everything. He captured the great hill fort that served as Cassivellaunus's primary stronghold, a place of earthwork ramparts and dense forest defenses that his scouts located through the intelligence the submitted tribes had provided. The Britons fought hard for it. They always fought hard. Caesar never made the mistake of underestimating any enemy's willingness to die for what they considered theirs. But the legions were better at storm assault than any force on earth at that moment, and the fort fell. Cassivellaunus sued for terms. Caesar received him, or rather received his envoys, the man himself never coming in person, which Caesar noted and did not hold against him, and imposed conditions designed to be satisfying enough to justify the campaign to Rome without being so harsh as to make the ongoing enforcement of them require a permanent Roman presence that Caesar did not have the forces to maintain. Cassivellaunus would provide annual tribute, would not make war on the tribes that had submitted, and would acknowledge Roman suzerainty over the island. It was a settlement built more of words than of iron, and Caesar knew it. Britain was not pacified. It was not even really conquered. It was, in the precise language of Roman political achievement, brought within the orbit of Roman power, which was enough for the dispatches he would send to Rome, enough for the triumph he was already, in some quiet corner of his mind, beginning to plan. What brought him back across the Channel was not satisfaction with what he had achieved in Britain, nor any failure of nerve in the face of the island's stubborn interior. What brought him back was Gaul. News had arrived, urgent, alarming, the kind of news that travels faster than any messenger because it is carried on the breath of fear. The tribes of Gaul were restless in a way that went beyond the ordinary friction of occupation. Something was happening. Something was organizing. Gaul had not been quiet since Caesar first crossed the Rhone 8 years earlier, but the resistance until now had been fragmented. Individual tribes rising, being suppressed, submitting, rising again in different combinations, without the coordination that would make them genuinely dangerous to Roman control. What was different now, in the autumn of 54 BCE, was the beginning of that coordination. In the forests and hill sanctuaries of central Gaul, in the sacred groves where Druids gathered, and in the great hillforts of the Arverni and the Carnutes and the Eburones, men were talking to one another across tribal boundaries that had for generations been defined more by mutual hostility than by common cause. Caesar crossed back to the continent and immediately felt the changed atmosphere. The Gallic aristocracy, the men who had worked with Rome and profited from the association, were quieter than before. The hospitality was correct but not warm. There were silences in conversations that had previously been fluid. He began receiving intelligence from his Gallic allies, from informers, from the systematic debriefing of prisoners that pointed toward a general conspiracy. He moved his legions into winter quarters distributed across Gaul in a pattern designed for rapid mutual reinforcement, and he watched and he waited, and he continued to gather information. The storm broke in the winter of 54 to 53 BCE, and when it broke, it was worse than even Caesar's most careful calculations had suggested. The Eburones, under a chieftain named Ambiorix, fell upon a Roman force of 15 cohorts in winter quarters near modern-day Tongeren in Belgium. Ambiorix had won the trust of the Roman commanders there, a man named Quintus Titurius Sabinus and a far more capable officer named Lucius Aurunculeius Cotta, and used it as a weapon, convincing Sabinus that the camps were about to be attacked by overwhelming German forces and that the only safety lay in retreat to join other Roman winter quarters nearby. It was a lie so elegant and so perfectly targeted at Sabinus's particular blend of anxiety and arrogance that it worked completely. The column marched out into a valley and was annihilated. Nearly 6,000 Roman soldiers died in a single morning. Cotta, who had argued against the march and had been overruled, died fighting. Sabinus, who had believed Ambiorix, died begging for his life. When the news reached Caesar, and it reached him quickly because he had established relays of riders across Gaul precisely for this purpose, the effect on him was visible to those around him in a way that was almost unprecedented. He let his hair grow. He refused to shave. He made a public vow that he would not cut his hair or beard until the Eburones had been punished. It was theater, calculated theater in the Roman tradition of public grief and public resolution, but it was also, those who knew him believed, real. 6,000 men were dead because Sabinus had been a fool, and Caesar's political survival, his military reputation, the entire edifice of his Gallic command rested on what he did next. What he did next was move. He raised 2 new legions with a speed that astonished even experienced Roman administrators, pulling on the networks of obligation and patronage he had spent years building in Cisalpine Gaul, calling in favors from landowners and magistrates, funding the recruitment from his own resources when public funds were slow. He had 10 legions in Gaul by the spring of 53 BCE, the largest concentration of Roman military force outside Italy in a generation. Then he used them, methodically and without rest, moving through the territories of the rebel tribes in a series of campaigns that were less about pitched battle than about the systematic application of pressure, burning crops, destroying villages, cutting off the food supply that sustained resistance through the winter. The Eburones were effectively erased. Caesar offered their territory as plunder to any neighboring tribe willing to join the destruction, a tactic that turned Gallic tribalism itself into a weapon against Gallic resistance. Ambiorix survived, fleeing into forest and marsh, never captured, never brought to the kind of public conclusion that Roman justice demanded. It was the one loose thread in an otherwise complete act of retribution, and Caesar noted it with the cold precision of a man who did not forget loose threads. By the late summer of 53 BCE, Gaul appeared pacified again. The major uprisings had been suppressed, the tribes that had participated in the rebellion had been punished, and Caesar had demonstrated with brutal thoroughness that Roman retribution was capable of matching any scale of resistance. He was wrong about the pacification. Not wrong in his assessment of the military situation, which was genuinely under control, but wrong in his understanding of what was happening beneath the surface in the minds of the Gallic aristocracy, in the conversations that continued in the great hill forts and sacred places of central Gaul. There was a young man among the Arverni. His name was Vercingetorix, and he was the son of a chieftain, a man of noble blood and genuine military talent who had spent the years of Roman occupation studying Roman methods with the same systematic attention that Caesar brought to studying the methods of his enemies. He had watched the Roman legions move. He had watched Roman siege engineering reduce fortifications that the Gauls had believed impregnable. He had noted how Roman logistics worked: the supply lines, the foraging patterns, the dependency on grain depots, and he had drawn conclusions about where the system was vulnerable. Most importantly, Vercingetorix had understood something that every previous leader of Gallic resistance had failed to grasp: that the individual courage of Gallic warriors, which was genuine and considerable, was not sufficient against Roman discipline and Roman engineering, and that the only force capable of defeating Rome in Gaul was a unified Gaul, a Gaul that could absorb the loss of individual engagements without fracturing, that could deny Roman armies the grain and forage they needed to operate, that could sustain a strategy of exhaustion against an enemy whose greatest weakness was the length of his supply lines from Italy. He began building this coalition in the winter of 52 BCE with a clarity of political vision that matched his military thinking. He went to the Carnutes first, the tribe whose sacred territory at modern-day Chartres was considered the spiritual center of Gaul, whose Druids maintained the ritual calendar and the oral traditions that gave Gallic civilization its coherence. The Carnutes provided the symbolic beginning. In January of 52 BCE, warriors of the Carnutes descended on the Roman trading settlement at Sanabum, modern Orléans, and killed every Roman merchant and official they could find. It was the signal. By nightfall, the news of the massacre had spread 200 miles to the south, passed by shouting across hilltops in the system of long-distance communication that Caesar himself had documented with admiring precision in his own account of the war. By morning, the Arverni were rising. By the end of the week, tribe after tribe was throwing off Roman authority across a front that stretched from the Loire to the Rhone. Caesar was in Cisalpine Gaul when it began, on the Italian side of the Alps, handling the political and administrative business that required his periodic attention to the province he also governed. He received the news and did what no one who knew only the distance and the season would have predicted. He crossed the Alps in winter. The passes were choked with snow. Movement was barely possible for small groups of men traveling light, let alone for the forces he needed to move. Caesar moved them anyway, leading columns through conditions that the soldiers themselves thought might kill them, arriving in Gaul before the rebellion had time to fully consolidate, before Vercingetorix had completed the political work of binding the coalition into something that could not be unwound. The early weeks of the 52 BCE campaign were a test of tempo, Caesar understanding that his only advantage in this initial phase was speed, Vercingetorix understanding that his only advantage was the breadth of the uprising and the depth of feeling behind it. Caesar struck at the Arverni heartland while moving to relieve his beleaguered garrisons, compelling Vercingetorix to respond to Roman initiative rather than developing his own. It worked well enough to prevent the immediate collapse of Roman control. But Vercingetorix was not broken by it. He fell back in good order and immediately began implementing the strategy he had been planning all winter. The strategy was devastation. Vercingetorix stood before the assembled council of the Gallic Confederation and made the argument with the directness of a man who understood that his audience was made up of people accustomed to thinking of their land as something to be defended, not deliberately destroyed. The Romans, he told them, lived by what the land produced. Their armies could not operate without grain. If the Gallic tribes burned their own grain stores, drove off their own livestock, abandoned and torched their own towns before the Romans could reach them, if they denied the Roman army the ability to feed itself from Gallic soil, then the Roman army would weaken and wither and eventually be forced to withdraw, unable to sustain itself so far from Italy. The pain would be enormous. The sacrifice would be genuine and terrible. But it was the only strategy that could work. The council accepted it. Town after town was burned by its own inhabitants, granaries emptied and torched, wells poisoned, fields stripped of everything that could be moved and then set alight. It was an act of collective self-destruction on a scale that has few parallels in ancient warfare, a whole civilization choosing to wound itself rather than submit. Only one town refused. Avaricum, modern Bourges, the finest city in all of Gaul, as Vercingetorix himself described it, a place of beauty and history and deep tribal pride. Its inhabitants begged to be allowed to defend it rather than burn it, and after the tears and the long deliberation that Caesar would later record with the literary precision of a man who understood that the details of human desperation were part of the story, Vercingetorix agreed. He knew it was a mistake, but there are limits to what a commander can demand of the people whose belief sustains his authority. Caesar besieged Avaricum in the bitter cold of late winter, his army short of grain, his men digging in frozen ground, building the enormous earthwork platforms from which Roman siege machines would eventually threaten the walls. Vercingetorix camped 8 miles away with the main Gallic army, close enough to pin Caesar in place but, in a decision he would have cause to regret, not close enough to force him to lift the siege entirely. For 25 days the legions worked, the earthworks growing day by day in a demonstration of collective engineering capability that was one of the things Rome did better than anyone alive. The Gauls mounted sortie after sortie, using fire most effectively, burning sections of the earthworks that had taken days to build. Caesar would remember years later, in the account he wrote of this war, the sight of his soldiers working through the night in freezing rain to repair what the fire had destroyed, refusing to leave the work until it was done. Avaricum fell on a wet night when a section of the Roman earthwork finally reached the height of the town walls. The legions went over in a rush, angry men who had suffered for 25 days and who now paid that debt in blood. Caesar had given instructions that the town was not to be burned. He wanted the grain stores inside it, which were precisely what he had come to take. But there are things that battle rage does not easily receive as instruction, and Avaricum burned anyway, and of its 40,000 inhabitants, the Romans reported later, fewer than 800 escaped. Caesar noted the figure in his account without visible emotion. These things happened. He had not ordered it. He had, perhaps, not prevented it with quite the force available to a general who chose to deploy that force. History tends to leave that kind of question at the edge of the light, where it can be seen but not quite resolved. Avaricum gave Caesar grain, but it did not destroy Vercingetorix, who had retreated before the fall to a great hilltop fortress at a place called Gergovia, high in the Auvergne on a plateau that rose sharply from the surrounding landscape, surrounded by multiple rings of rampart and ditch, and defended by the largest concentrated Gallic force yet assembled. Caesar followed and began a siege, but Gergovia was not Avaricum. The approach was nearly impossible. The defenders were numerous and fighting for ground they knew intimately, and the 2 Iduan legions that formed part of Caesar's force chose this moment, with the particular talent for ill-timed betrayal that the Idui had been displaying all year, to defect. Caesar was forced to assault Gergovia with fewer men than he had planned, in conditions less favorable than he had prepared for, and the result was something that almost never appeared in his military career: a defeat. 600 Romans died on the slopes of Gergovia. The legions were driven back. Caesar ordered a withdrawal. He recorded the defeat honestly in his account, more honestly probably than most Roman generals would have, because Caesar understood that his account would be read by men who had been there, and that the only thing more damaging than a recorded defeat was a recorded defeat that everyone who was present knew had been worse than described. He attributed it to the excessive aggressiveness of his soldiers, who had pushed the assault further than his orders intended. There was truth in this. There was also, perhaps, a commander who had been accustomed to success, making a calculation based on previous success that the specific ground did not support. Both things could be true at once. The defeat at Gergovia changed the political atmosphere of Gaul, as suddenly as a change of wind changes the atmosphere before a storm. Tribes that had been waiting began moving toward Vercingetorix. The Aedui, Rome's oldest and most reliable Gallic allies, declared for the rebellion openly. Caesar's position, for the first time in the Gallic campaign, was genuinely dangerous, not in the immediate tactical sense of a force about to be overwhelmed, but in the strategic sense of a Roman commander who might, if things continued to deteriorate, find himself without the Gallic allies whose grain, intelligence, and auxiliary forces had been integral to everything he had done. Vercingetorix, understanding that momentum was now with him, moved to convert it into decisive action. He brought the full weight of the Gallic Confederation's cavalry, tens of thousands of horsemen from every tribe in the alliance, against the Roman column as Caesar moved north through Burgundy, attempting to link up with his general Labienus, who had been operating independently near what is today Paris. The Gallic cavalry attacked the Roman column from three sides simultaneously, in a coordinated assault that reflected the planning of a military mind that had been studying Roman methods for years. What happened next was one of those moments where the outcome of a decade of work pivots on a single afternoon. Caesar had German mercenary cavalry with him, Rhineland horsemen whose style of fighting, mixing cavalry and light infantry in close cooperation, was different from anything the Gauls had encountered. He deployed them against the Gallic cavalry assault with a precision that speaks to how carefully he had thought through the scenario in advance, and the German cavalry tore through the flanks of the Gallic horse with a violence that the latter, expecting to be facing conventional Roman auxilia, had not prepared for. The Gallic cavalry attack collapsed. Vercingetorix, watching from a rise nearby, saw his cavalry, the arm of the Gallic force he had relied upon most heavily, driven from the field. He made the decision that would define the rest of the war. He withdrew to Alesia. Alesia. The name appears in Latin as a place of earth and stone, a great oppidum, a fortified town set on a flat-topped hill in the territory of the Mandubi, surrounded by rivers on two sides and by a ring of outer hills that formed a natural bowl around the central plateau. It was, by any assessment, a strong defensive position. It was also, by the assessment of the man now moving his army toward it in the late summer of 52 BCE, a trap. Because Alesia could be surrounded. And Julius Caesar was the finest siege engineer in the Roman world. What Caesar built around Alesia in the weeks that followed is, even 2,000 years later, difficult to fully comprehend as a human achievement accomplished with hand tools in a matter of weeks. The circumvallation, the inner wall designed to contain the Gallic army within Alesia, ran 11 miles around the entire plateau, a continuous line of ditch, rampart, and palisade punctuated by 23 redoubts and 8 major camps, with towers every 80 feet for observation and fire. Water obstacles were incorporated where the terrain allowed, with the rivers rerouted to fill killing grounds before the main walls. In front of the ditches, rows of sharpened stakes were embedded in the ground in patterns designed to break up any charge before it reached the main defenses. Beyond those, concealed pits were dug and lined with sharpened stakes, The Roman soldiers called them lilies, with the grim humor of men who have made something deadly and want to name it something harmless. And then, because Vercingetorix had sent riders out before the encirclement was complete, riders carrying the desperate summons for the relief army that was the entire logical basis for the strategy of withdrawing to a fortified town, Caesar built a second wall. The contravallation. An outer ring running 14 miles facing outward, designed to hold back the relief army that would come while simultaneously containing the besieged force within. Caesar was building a ring within a ring, placing his army between two potential enemies, holding both at bay with earthwork and timber, and the extraordinary discipline of men who believed in what they were doing well enough to do it for weeks without rest. Inside Alesia, Vercingetorix managed his resources with the cold arithmetic of a siege commander who understood the mathematics of starvation. He had perhaps 80,000 fighting men with him, plus the civilian population of the town. When it became clear that the Roman encirclement was going to be complete, he made the hardest decision a commander can make. He expelled the non-combatants. The old people, the women, the children of the Mandubi, the people in whose town this battle was being fought, were driven out through the gates and pushed toward the Roman lines. Caesar refused to let them through. He could not feed them. And more than that, he understood that their presence in the killing ground between the walls would create pressure, human pressure, the kind that is harder to resist than military pressure, on his commanders to respond in some way that would compromise the integrity of the siege. The Mandubi civilians died in the space between the walls, caught between the army that would not take them in and the army that would not let them go. It was one of the ugliest human moments of the entire Gallic War, and Caesar, who recorded so much, left this particular record incomplete. The relief army arrived in late September. Its numbers, as recorded by Caesar and by later sources, run to numbers that historians have long debated. 250,000 men, some sources say, drawn from every tribe in Gaul, the greatest military assembly the Western world had seen since the Persian invasions of Greece. The true number was certainly enormous, and what mattered for Caesar was less the precise figure than the tactical reality it created. His army of roughly 50,000 men was now the meat in a sandwich of enemies, the besieged force breaking out from inside while the relief army struck from outside. What followed over the course of 2 days and nights was a series of engagements of such complexity and such sustained intensity that even Caesar's own account, careful, detailed, written by a man who was present at every critical moment, can barely hold the whole picture together. The relief army attacked the outer wall at multiple points simultaneously, the besieged garrison attacking the inner wall in coordination, both trying to find the weakness in the Roman position, to overload the defense at one point by threatening it at 4. Caesar moved continuously along the walls, reading the assaults, shifting reserves, appearing at points where the defense was weakening in a personal presence that was itself a military instrument. His soldiers, seeing him arrive at a collapsing sector, found things in themselves that they had not known were there. The crisis came on the second day, when a massive Gallic assault on the northern sector of the outer wall came close, very close, to breaking through. The camps in that sector were storming level, the Roman defenders overwhelmed by sheer weight, the line beginning to buckle. Caesar, watching from a position where the whole northern arc of battle was visible, stripped his cavalry from the rear and rode with them personally around the outside of the outer wall, appearing on the flank of the attacking Gallic force at the moment of maximum pressure. The sight of Roman cavalry arriving where no Roman cavalry should have been, the sound of Roman war cries behind a force that thought it had already broken the Roman line, was sufficient. The assault fractured. The momentum reversed. The Gallic relief army, which had come within a few hundred feet of ending the Roman occupation of Gaul, began to dissolve. Vercingetorix, watching from the walls of Alesia, saw the relief army break. He understood what it meant with the clarity that only a man who has staked everything on a single bet can have in the moment when the bet is lost. There was no relief coming. There would be no relief coming. The grain inside Alesia was gone. The horses had been eaten. What remained was the arithmetic of surrender, and the question of whether surrender would be received, and on what terms, and whether he himself would live or die at the end of it. The next morning, Vercingetorix rode out from Alesia. The accounts differ in their details. Some say he came in full armor and rode around the seated figure of Caesar before dismounting, a gesture of warrior theater that Roman accounts may have embellished or may have reported exactly as it happened. What all accounts agree on is the essential image: the greatest military leader Gaul had ever produced, the man who had come closer than anyone before or after to making Gaul ungovernable for Rome, delivering himself into the hands of the man he had come so close to defeating. Caesar accepted the surrender. He took Vercingetorix as a prisoner, not killed, not freed, but taken, held, reserved for the triumph that would come, the ritual procession through Rome in which the conquered leader would walk in chains behind the chariot of the conqueror, living proof that Rome's power extended to the edge of the known world and beyond. Vercingetorix would wait 6 years in a Roman dungeon for that procession, and at the end of it, when the parade was done and the crowd had cheered, he would be killed in the old Roman fashion, quietly, in the dark, as a kind of administrative conclusion. Caesar stayed in Gaul through 51 BCE, not celebrating, not resting, but working, moving from tribe to tribe, receiving submissions, settling disputes, installing friendly chieftains, building the administrative infrastructure of a province. There were sporadic uprisings. There always were, in the aftermath of a war this total. He suppressed them with a consistency that varied between measured severity and terrible example, calibrating the response to what the political situation required. A chieftain named Draps and one named Lucterius mounted the last significant resistance in the southwest, holding the hilltop stronghold of Uculodunum long after every other Gallic leader had submitted. When the stronghold finally fell, Caesar ordered the hands of every fighting man within it to be cut off, and then released them, a punishment designed to send a message that could not be misunderstood, a message about what the end of resistance to Rome looked like, written in the only language that remained available to him after years of war had exhausted every other form of communication. Gaul was Roman. It would remain Roman for 5 centuries, long enough that when the empire itself fell, the people living in what had been Gaul would still be speaking a version of Latin, the language Caesar's soldiers had brought with them across the Rhine and the Loire and the Seine, having forgotten mostly that they had ever spoken anything else. The culture Caesar had encountered and documented and destroyed and absorbed would leave its traces in the land itself, in the place names and the blood, and the memory of a resistance that had been, for one extraordinary year, very nearly enough. Caesar himself, as the last embers of Gallic resistance went cold in the autumn of 51 BCE, stood at a kind of personal summit. He had conquered, in 8 years, an area as large as the entirety of Rome's previous territorial acquisitions combined. He had killed, by his own account, over 1 million people, and enslaved another 1 million. He had enriched himself beyond the dreams of most Romans, and had used that wealth to build a political network in Rome that had been operating continuously during the years of campaigning, maintained by agents, by letters, by the flow of money and favors and carefully managed reputation. He had written, in the leisure hours of winter quarters, the account of his campaigns that would be read for 2,000 years as a model of Latin prose, clear, precise, authoritative, modestly referring to himself in the third person as if he were merely the instrument of events rather than their author. And he was looking south, toward Italy, toward Rome, toward the confrontation that everyone in the Roman world could see coming, that his enemies in the Senate had been preparing for, and his allies had been dreading, and he himself had been for years in his careful way, making inevitable. The proconsular command would expire. The legions would have to be surrendered. He would return to Rome as a private citizen and face the prosecutions that his enemies had already drawn up in careful legal language, the indictments that would, if they were allowed to proceed, strip him of everything he had built. He would not let them proceed. That decision had probably been made years ago, in the part of his mind where the longest calculations were carried out, the part that was always working even when the rest of him was dictating letters or reviewing supply manifests or riding through the cold October rain of a Gallic morning with his hair cut at last, the vow fulfilled, the beard gone, the face of Julius Caesar turned toward Rome as it had always eventually turned, with the particular expression of a man who has finished one impossible thing and is now entirely ready to begin another. Chapter 7. The Die is Cast, 51 BCE to 48 BCE. There is a moment in the life of every great man when the world arranges itself into a single, irreversible choice. Not a choice between good and evil, not a choice between comfort and sacrifice, but a choice between the man he has been and the man history will remember. For Julius Caesar, that moment arrives not on a battlefield soaked in blood, not in the marble halls of the Senate House, but on the dark, muddy bank of a shallow river in northern Italy, on a cold January night, with 10 years of war behind him, and the whole uncertain future of Rome stretched out before him like an unlit road. The river is called the Rubicon. It is not an impressive river. It does not roar. It does not thunder. It is narrow enough that a man on horseback could cross it in moments, and shallow enough in places that the water barely reaches the knee. There is nothing in its appearance that explains why the world still speaks its name more than 2,000 years after this night. What makes the Rubicon extraordinary is not the river itself. It is the law. It is the invisible line that Roman civilization has drawn across the landscape of Italy and declared sacred. No Roman general, under penalty of death and the destruction of everything he has built, may cross this boundary with his army intact. To do so is to make war upon Rome itself. Caesar knows this. He has always known this. And he crosses anyway. But to understand why he crosses, to understand what it costs him and what it takes from Rome, we must go back. We must go back to the closing months of 51 BCE, when the long wars in Gaul are finally exhaustedly over, and Caesar stands at the height of his military power, surveying the wreckage of a continent he has spent a decade conquering, and begins to understand that his greatest enemy has never been the Gauls at all. His greatest enemy is in Rome. By 51 BCE, Gaul is subdued. The rebellion of Vercingetorix, that fierce and brilliant Gallic chieftain who nearly undid everything Caesar built in a single catastrophic uprising, has been crushed at Alesia. The Gallic tribes, one by one, have bent the knee. The northern territories that Rome once regarded with a mixture of fascination and terror are now, at least on paper, Roman provinces. They will pay taxes to Rome. They will supply soldiers to Roman legions. They will eventually, over generations, become Roman in their language, their law, their very sense of identity. Caesar has done this. Caesar alone. He has taken a frontier assignment that most Roman aristocrats regarded as a prestigious but essentially peripheral posting, and transformed it into the most spectacular military achievement in Roman history. He has fought over 50 major engagements. He has crossed the Rhine into Germania twice, to demonstrate Roman power beyond the river's edge. He has sailed across the gray waters of the Channel to the mysterious island of Britain, becoming the first Roman general in history to set foot on that fog-shrouded shore. He has written about all of it, in clear and elegant prose, in the dispatches and commentaries he sends back to Rome, ensuring that every citizen who can read knows exactly who is responsible for these glories. He has built a legend. He has built an army that is loyal not to Rome in the abstract, but to Caesar in the particular. He has built a political following so vast that even his enemies cannot ignore it. And his enemies are many. In Rome, during these 10 years while Caesar has been absent, something has been curdling. The Republic, already strained to near breaking by decades of civil strife, by the wars of Marius and Sulla, by the upheavals that followed, has continued its slow and grinding deterioration. The political machinery that once governed a city-state has been shown, with increasing and painful clarity, to be entirely inadequate for governing an empire that stretches from Britain to the Euphrates. The Senate, that ancient body of aristocratic men who believe with absolute sincerity that they alone are fit to guide Rome's destiny, has spent these years watching Caesar grow in power and influence, and has concluded with a cold and collective dread that he must be stopped. At the center of this opposition stands Pompey. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus. Pompey the Great. The man who was once Caesar's ally, once his partner in the informal coalition of power that held Rome in its grip. The man who married Caesar's daughter Julia, and who, by all accounts, loved her genuinely, a rare tenderness in a world of political marriages. When Julia died in childbirth in 54 BCE, something in the bond between these two men died with her. Pompey, already uneasy about Caesar's growing shadow, already susceptible to the flattery of the Senate's old guard who whispered in his ear that he was Rome's true savior, drifted further and further toward the aristocratic faction that wanted Caesar broken. By 51 BCE, the drift has become a declaration. The Optimates, as the conservative senatorial faction calls themselves, the best men, the guardians of tradition, have a plan. It is elegant in its legality. It is devastating in its precision. Under Roman law, Caesar's command in Gaul, his proconsular authority, has a fixed term. When that term expires, he becomes a private citizen again. And the moment he becomes a private citizen, he loses the legal immunity that protects him from prosecution. His enemies have been gathering evidence for years. They have accusations prepared. Charges of illegal conduct during his consulship years before. Charges related to the conduct of the Gallic Wars. The details, in many cases, are technical, even questionable. But they do not need to be airtight. They need only to be sufficient to drag Caesar into the courts, to tie him up in litigation, to destroy his reputation, to diminish him. Caesar understands this with perfect clarity. There is one way to avoid prosecution. Under Roman law, a magistrate in office cannot be prosecuted. If Caesar can move directly from his proconsular command to a new elected office, from general to consul, without any gap in between, without a single day as a private citizen, he is safe. He has been negotiating for months to be permitted to stand for the consulship in absentia, to seek election without returning to Rome, which would require him to surrender his command. This is not unprecedented. His enemies have, in fact, agreed to it in earlier negotiations. But now, in the closing months of 51 BCE, they reverse course. They are too close. They can see the end. They will not let him slip through the net now. The political maneuvering that follows through the year 50 BCE is some of the most intricate and desperate in Roman history. Caesar's opponents in the Senate push for a resolution demanding that he lay down his command. Caesar's allies, and he has allies, men like Mark Antony, who has become a tribune of the people, a position that grants the sacred and inviolable power of veto, fight back. Antony and his fellow tribune Quintus Cassius block senatorial resolutions with their vetoes. The Senate, infuriated, argues that the tribunes are obstructing the will of Rome. The tribunes argue that they are protecting it. Caesar, far away in Gaul, watches the dispatches arrive and sends his own instructions back. He is willing to negotiate. He proposes compromise after compromise. He offers to surrender some of his provinces, to reduce the number of legions under his command, to accept terms that would satisfy any reasonable concern about his power. He does not want civil war. He is quite certain about this. Civil war is uncertain. Civil war is expensive. Civil war will cost Roman lives. And whatever his enemies believe about him, Caesar does not shed Roman blood carelessly. But each compromise he offers is rejected or ignored. Each attempt at negotiation is met with escalating demands. His enemies do not want a settlement. They want his destruction. They want him to lay down every protection he has and walk naked into their waiting courts. He will not do this. In early January of 49 BCE, the Senate passes what it calls the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the ultimate decree of the Senate, the emergency resolution that calls upon all magistrates and citizens to defend the Republic against a threat to its existence. The threat they name explicitly is Julius Caesar. It is the most serious political weapon in the Roman arsenal. It has been used before against Gracchus, against Catilina, against others who were deemed enemies of the state. Using it against a sitting proconsul with an army, a man who has spent 10 years winning glory for Rome, is a declaration of something very close to war. The tribunes Antony and Cassius, seeing what is coming, flee Rome. They join Caesar in the north, still wearing the formal dress of their office, symbols of the principle they claim to represent, that the Senate has violated the sacred rights of the Roman people, that the Constitution has been broken not by Caesar but by his enemies. Caesar uses their arrival brilliantly. He assembles his troops. He is in Ravenna, the northernmost city of his province, as close to the boundary as he can be without crossing it. He addresses his soldiers not as a general demanding obedience, but as a man appealing to justice. He shows them the tribunes, these men driven from Rome for performing their constitutional duty. He speaks of his own 10 years of service, of the battles they have fought together, of the glory they have won. He speaks of the ingratitude of the men who now demand that he surrender to their judgment. His soldiers, these veterans who have followed him across rivers and mountains and oceans, who have stood with him at Alesia and Pharsalus and 100 lesser engagements, listen. And they understand. They will follow him anywhere. Still, Caesar pauses. This is the part that is easy to overlook, easy to simplify in the retelling. We know how the story ends, and so we assume that Caesar always knew, that crossing the Rubicon was always inevitable, that it was merely a matter of working through the formality of decision. But the evidence suggests something more human, something more complicated. Caesar spends time in deliberation. He holds private conversations with his closest advisors. He retreats into his own silence. He is a man who has spent his entire adult life working within the system, manipulating it, mastering it, bending it to his will, but never shattering it entirely. He believes in Rome. He believes in Roman civilization with a depth and sincerity that his enemies, who also believe they are defending Rome, cannot quite credit in him. To cross the Rubicon is not merely to risk his own life, though he is certainly risking it. It is to do violence to something he loves. And yet, the decree has been passed. His enemies have made clear that there will be no acceptable compromise. The tribunes, the sacred representatives of the people, have been driven from their offices by force. The Constitution has been violated, Caesar will argue, not by him, but by the men who claim to be defending it. If the Republic is already broken, then crossing the river is not an act of destruction. It is an act of surgery. This is what he tells himself. This is what he may even believe. On the night of January 10, 49 BCE, Julius Caesar dines with friends. The meal is calm. The conversation, by accounts that have come down to us through the historians who would later reconstruct this night, ranges across various topics, as if the evening is unremarkable. Caesar is performing composure. He is showing his companions, and perhaps himself, that he is a man who can stand at the edge of an abyss and dine well. After dinner, he excuses himself. He mounts a horse, or perhaps a carriage, and he rides north. He does not announce where he is going to all present. He simply goes. He comes to the bank of the Rubicon, sometime in the darkness of that January night. The river is low. The January cold has not yet swelled it with snowmelt from the mountains. The water catches whatever light the winter sky provides, a faint silver glimmer in the darkness. Caesar pauses here. He pauses for a long time. Later accounts, and we must acknowledge that later accounts are colored by the drama of knowing what follows, tell us that he spoke, that he said words to the companions who had ridden with him to this place. The philosopher and historian Plutarch, writing more than a century after these events, preserves one version of what Caesar said, that the decision not to cross would be the beginning of misfortune for him, and that crossing would be the beginning of misfortune for all mankind. He is under no illusions about what he is doing. And then there is the phrase that has echoed through 2,000 years of history, that has been borrowed and transformed and quoted in languages Caesar never spoke, in contexts he could not have imagined. Alia iacta est. The die is cast. Some accounts suggest he said it in Greek, the language of philosophy and of the educated Roman elite, quoting a line from the playwright Menander. Some suggest he said it in Latin. Some suggest he said nothing at all, and that the words were assigned to him later by historians who understood that a moment this large required a statement commensurate with its weight. It does not matter. What matters is that he spurs his horse forward. What matters is that the cold water of the Rubicon parts around the legs of his horse and closes behind him. What matters is that when he reaches the far bank and his hooves find Italian soil, the world has changed in a way that cannot be undone. The die is cast. Caesar does not cross alone. He has with him the 13th Legion, one of his veteran units, hardened by years of Gallic campaigning. One legion. Perhaps 5,000 men. It is not the force with which he expects to conquer Rome. It is the force with which he intends to make a point so unmistakable that no further argument is possible. He moves south at a pace that is itself a statement. In Rome, the news arrives like a thunderclap. The Senate, which has been playing political games, which has been maneuvering and posturing, and assuming that Caesar will submit rather than risk everything, suddenly understands that they have miscalculated. The man they thought they had cornered has turned. The animal they believed was trapped has shown them that it was not afraid. Panic spreads through the city. Pompey, the man who has been cast as Rome's defender, the general the Senate has relied upon to face Caesar if it came to this, makes a stunning admission. He does not have the forces immediately available to defend Rome. His legions are scattered, some in Spain, some in the east, some in the early stages of being raised in Italy. He cannot hold the city against Caesar's veterans if Caesar moves quickly. He advises evacuation. The Senate, those proud aristocrats who have never fled Rome before any enemy, who have stayed in the city even when Hannibal was at the gates centuries before, pack their belongings and flee. Pompey goes with them, south to Brundisium, the great port city on the heel of Italy, where he intends to cross to Greece and rebuild his forces. Many senators follow. Many citizens flee. The roads south are clogged with the carts and horses and terrified servants of a governing class in full retreat. Caesar does not race to intercept them. Not yet. Instead, as he moves through northern Italy, something extraordinary happens. The towns he approaches do not resist him. They open their gates. The citizens, those ordinary Romans who have been watching the political theater in the capital with a mixture of confusion and disgust, many of them find that they are not afraid of Caesar. He has been their champion, at least rhetorically, the populist general who claims to fight for their rights against the arrogance of the Senate. When he arrives, he does not plunder. He does not execute. He accepts surrender graciously and moves on, adding the resources and goodwill of each community to his growing momentum. Corfinium falls without a battle. Its commander, a man named Domitius Ahenobarbus, who has been designated as Caesar's replacement in Gaul, attempts to hold the city but finds that his own troops will not fight. The soldiers surrender. Caesar, in a deliberate and calculated act of clemency, releases them. He lets them go. He does not execute his prisoners, does not punish the men who were sent to oppose him, does not take the vengeance that ancient military custom would have permitted. He calls this policy clementia, clemency, and he understands its political value exactly. Every man he spares is a potential ally. Every act of mercy is a statement about what kind of ruler he intends to be. It is brilliant. It is also genuinely Caesar. The generosity is real, even as the politics behind it are calculated. He is a man who contains both things simultaneously. Pompey reaches Brundisium before Caesar can cut him off. There is a brief, tense standoff at the city walls. Caesar attempts to blockade the harbor, to prevent the evacuation, to force a negotiation. Pompey, whose strategic instincts are still sharp even in retreat, manages the embarkation with skill. He gets his forces across the Adriatic to the Greek city of Dyrrhachium, in what is today Albania, before Caesar can stop him. He takes most of the Senate with him. He takes the legal and symbolic apparatus of Roman government into exile. By the end of March of 49 BCE, Caesar controls all of Italy without having fought a single significant battle. He controls it through speed, through reputation, through clemency, through the sheer psychological force of his momentum. Rome itself is in his hands, though the population left behind is a Rome depleted of its ruling class, a city that does not quite know what it is anymore. Caesar spends only a few days in Rome. There are administrative matters to arrange. There is money in the treasury, money that Pompey and the Senate left behind in their haste or could not take with them. And Caesar, who needs to pay his army and fund a war, takes it. A tribune named Lucius Metellus physically blocks the door to the treasury and informs Caesar that this is illegal. Caesar, who has already crossed the Rubicon, who has already made himself an outlaw under the old law, looks at this young man with something that might have been amusement, and tells him that it is much harder to say these things than to do them. The money is taken. Caesar does not stay to savor his control of Rome. There is no time. Pompey is regrouping in Greece. But before he can deal with Pompey, he must deal with Pompey's armies in Spain, the legions stationed there under Pompey's lieutenants, 7 veteran legions representing a serious threat to Caesar's rear if he sails east to confront Pompey directly. He makes the characteristic Caesar decision. He divides his attention. He sends forces to secure Sicily and Sardinia, the grain-producing islands that will feed Rome and feed his army. He begins organizing a naval presence in the Adriatic, and he himself marches to Spain. He is reported to have said, as he left for Spain, that he was going to fight an army without a general, and then he would go fight a general without an army. It is a perfect Caesar sentence. Compressed, confident, elegant, and exactly right. The Spanish campaign is not easy, but it is successful. At a place called Alerda, in northeastern Spain, Caesar's legions maneuver brilliantly against the Pompeian forces under Afranius and Petreius, using mobility and engineering to cut off their supply lines and force a capitulation without a pitched battle. Again, Caesar extends clemency. The soldiers are released. The officers are allowed to depart. The pattern holds. By September of 49 BCE, Spain is his. He returns to Rome, where he holds the dictatorship for 11 days, just long enough to push through emergency legislation, to stabilize debt law which has been thrown into chaos by the war, and to arrange for proper elections. He does not abuse the dictatorship. He does not use it to settle scores. He resigns it as soon as the immediate business is done, and has himself elected consul for 48 BCE in the proper manner. Then he turns his attention east. Pompey has not been idle in Greece. He has spent the months of Caesar's Spanish campaign building an extraordinary force. He has called in the resources of the Eastern Empire, the client kings and allied states that have spent decades in Rome's orbit, and they have responded with money and soldiers and ships. He has 9 legions of infantry, perhaps 45,000 men, a cavalry force several times larger than anything Caesar can field, and a fleet that dominates the Adriatic and threatens to starve Caesar's forces if they try to cross. The crossing itself is an act of audacity that borders on recklessness. In January of 48 BCE, Caesar loads what forces he can onto the ships available to him and crosses the Adriatic in winter, a season when the sea is treacherous and the Pompeian fleet patrols in strength. He gets across safely with part of his army, landing on the Greek coast near Dyrrhachium. But half his forces are still on the Italian side, under his trusted lieutenant Mark Antony, and the Pompeian fleet moves to prevent their crossing. Caesar is on the wrong side of the Adriatic with insufficient forces, facing a substantially larger enemy army under one of the most experienced generals Rome has ever produced. He is cut off, undersupplied, and exposed. He sends messengers to Antony, demanding that the rest of the army cross immediately, regardless of the naval threat. He sends back to Rome for supplies. He waits, and while he waits, he does what Caesar always does under pressure. He works. He builds fortifications. He reconnoiters the ground. He looks for the advantage that patience and observation will eventually reveal. Pompey establishes his camp near Dyrrhachium and makes the sensible decision not to engage Caesar directly. His army is larger. His supply situation is better. Time and hunger are working for him. He will wait. He will let Caesar's army weaken. He will choose his moment. Caesar, unwilling to simply starve, makes one of the most extraordinary tactical decisions of his career. He attempts to besiege Pompey's army, which is larger than his own, by building an enormous line of fortifications, a chain of earthworks stretching for miles across the Greek landscape, designed to enclose Pompey's camp and cut it off from resupply by land. It is an act of engineering arrogance on a staggering scale. He is attempting to contain an army he cannot defeat in open battle by sheer labor and ingenuity. For weeks, the two sides build and fight along this extended line, a grinding, exhausting series of skirmishes and counter-assaults that drains both armies. Antony finally manages to cross the Adriatic with the rest of Caesar's forces, slipping through the Pompeian naval blockade in a desperate nighttime crossing. Caesar's army is now whole, but it is hungry and tired. And then Pompey finds the weak point. In late July of 48 BCE, Pompey launches a coordinated assault on a vulnerable section of Caesar's extended fortification line. 2 of Caesar's legions, the men holding that section, break and flee. It is the first significant defeat Caesar has suffered in years. His attempt to maintain the siege collapses. His army retreats in disorder, and Caesar rides among the fleeing men himself, grabbing soldiers by their shields, trying to steady the line, reportedly being forced to let go when some men's fear was so overwhelming that they nearly rode him down in their panic. He loses perhaps 1,000 men. His reputation for invincibility is cracked. In the aftermath, as his army regroups and tries to understand what went wrong, Caesar is calm. This is the quality his soldiers will remember longest about him. Not the victories, but the composure in defeat. He does not rage at the men who fled. He does not execute the centurions of the broken legions, though there are those who suggest he should. He addresses his army with the kind of directness that only a man absolutely secure in his men's devotion can manage. He tells them that they have lost a battle, not a war. He tells them that he has fought worse odds before. He is not wrong. Pompey's advisors, sensing the moment, urge him to press Caesar's weakened and demoralized army, to finish this now while the advantage is clear. Pompey hesitates. He is a careful commander. He is also, in these months in Greece, a commander distracted by the demands of his senatorial allies, Men who argue constantly about strategy, who offer opinions and objections and suggestions born of political calculation rather than military experience. The Senate in exile is not a silent passenger. It is a committee, and Pompey is a general in a war partly being managed by committee. He does not pursue aggressively enough. He lets Caesar withdraw in good order. Caesar moves south and east, deeper into the Greek interior, into the fertile plain of Thessaly. He is looking for a place where his army can eat, recover, and regroup. He finds it. And Pompey, pressured by his advisors, who are weary of the campaign and desperate to return to Rome in triumph, finally agrees to bring his army to battle on ground that Caesar has chosen. The ground is near a town called Pharsalus. It is the summer of 48 BCE. The armies that face each other on the plain of Pharsalus represent between them the full military might of Rome. Caesar has perhaps 22,000 infantry, his veterans, lean and experienced and absolutely devoted to their commander. Pompey has perhaps 45,000 infantry and a cavalry arm of perhaps 7,000, which he intends to use to sweep around Caesar's exposed right flank and roll up his line from behind. It is a sound plan. On paper, it should work. Caesar sees it coming. The night before the battle, Caesar walks among his men. He does what great commanders do before great battles. He makes himself visible, he makes himself present, he gives his soldiers the gift of knowing that their general is watching over them. He speaks to veterans by name. He makes promises. He radiates the confidence that is, in itself, a kind of weapon. In the morning, he makes a decision that will become one of the most studied moments in military history. He takes his best infantry, his most experienced men from his third line, and positions them secretly on his right flank, angled outward, hidden behind the front lines. When Pompey's cavalry charges around his right flank, as Caesar knows it will find not an unprotected rear, but these hidden veterans who will advance with their javelins held level, aimed at the faces of the cavalrymen. Pompey's cavalry has never faced infantry in that formation. Cavalry soldiers are proud men, many of them Roman aristocrats, men acutely sensitive to their faces and their appearance. When the javelins come up not in an arc toward their horses, but level toward their own faces, the charge falters. The cavalry breaks, and Caesar's hidden cohorts, instead of defending, turn the cavalry's route into a pursuit, and wheel inward to take Pompey's infantry in the flank. The battle, which might have lasted hours, collapses in minutes once the flank gives way. Pompey watches from his position near his camp. He watches his cavalry break. He watches his infantry begin to come apart. He watches the battle he expected to win dissolve into something irretrievable. And then, by the accounts that have come down to us, he simply stops. Something goes out of him. The great general, the man who has spent 40 years winning battles across the known world, sits motionless as his army dies. He rides back to his camp. He changes out of his general's uniform. He puts on nondescript clothing, the clothes of an ordinary man. And he rides away from Pharsalus alone, leaving his army to its fate. Caesar, when he enters Pompey's abandoned camp, and sees the preparations that had been made for a victory celebration, the tables laid, the tents decorated, sees the presumption and the hubris of men who were so certain of victory that they began celebrating before the battle was fought, is said to have remarked simply that the enemy would have it so, that the moment was of their making, not his, that when Rome's history was written, and men asked who had brought it to this catastrophe, they would find the answer not in him but in those who forced his hand. He orders his men to strip the camp of valuables, but not to burn it. He orders mercy for the survivors. He extends clemency again, as he always does, because he understands that a Rome in which all his enemies are dead is not a Rome at all, only a charnel house with a flag. Pompey is gone. Caesar will follow. The die, cast on that cold January night beside a shallow river in northern Italy, has rolled its number. The republic that was the foundation of Roman civilization will never quite recover from what these months have done to it. The old order, the Senate and the consuls and the delicate machinery of shared power that the Romans spent centuries constructing, has been cracked at its foundation. Caesar rides east, toward Egypt, toward the last act of this first movement of the Civil War, toward a meeting with the ghost of his greatest rival, and the beginning of a story stranger and more magnificent than anything even he could have planned. The die is cast, and the world it has set in motion is rolling still. Chapter 8. The Nile and the Crown, 48 BCE to 46 BCE. The sea off the Egyptian coast is the color of hammered bronze in the late afternoon light, and the fleet that moves across it carries the weight of a civilization in transition. The ships are Roman, lean, purposeful, their oars cutting the swells with mechanical precision, and at the prow of the lead vessel stands a man who has not slept properly in weeks. Julius Caesar watches the coastline of Egypt resolve itself from a pale smear on the horizon into something real, something textured, something ancient beyond Roman reckoning. The white limestone structures along the shore catch the sun and throw it back with indifferent brilliance. The famous lighthouse of Pharos, one of the great wonders of the world, rises from its island like a finger pressed against the sky, its fire burning even in daylight, a signal to all the known world that this place, Alexandria, is unlike any other city on earth. Caesar is 52 years old. He has just won the most consequential battle of the Roman Civil War, at Pharsalus, a crushing, elegant, nearly surgical victory over the combined forces of the Senate's optimates, led by Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, his former ally, his former son-in-law, the man who once shared with him the trembling architecture of Roman power. Pompey had fled the field at Pharsalus with what dignity he could salvage, which was not much. His army had shattered. His cause, for all practical purposes, had died somewhere in the dust of a Thessalian plain. But Pompey himself had not died. He had taken to his ships. He had sailed east, searching for shelter, for a new base, for the possibility of continuation. And the trail of that flight had led here. To Egypt. To the court of a boy king, named Ptolemy XIII, who sat on the ancient throne of the pharaohs with far more costume than authority, managed by a council of advisors who understood politics the way predators understand landscape, as a terrain to be exploited. Caesar stands at the prow and does not speak. His officers know better than to interrupt whatever private calculation is occurring behind those dark, watchful eyes. He has come to Egypt not as a tourist, not as a conqueror, not yet, but in pursuit. He needs Pompey brought to terms, or failing that, neutralized. A living Pompey is a problem that will never stop generating itself. A dead Pompey is something else, something Caesar has not entirely decided how to feel about. They were too deeply entangled for simple feeling. Their daughters had been betrothed. Their ambitions had once run parallel. Whatever Caesar hopes to find on this coast, it is probably not peace, but perhaps resolution. Perhaps the finally closed chapter of a war he has been fighting, in one form or another, since the moment the Senate first tried to break him. The fleet drops anchor. The harbor of Alexandria opens before them like a theater, the famous colonnaded streets visible even from the water, the royal palace complex shimmering along the waterfront with the casual opulence of a civilization that has been accumulating wealth since before Rome was a cluster of mud huts on a hill. Small boats push out from the docks. They carry Egyptians, officials, harbor pilots, men with the cautious expressions of those who serve shifting powers and have learned to keep their faces neutral. They carry also, though Caesar does not yet know it, news. And the news, when it arrives, does not arrive gently. There is a man among the approaching delegation who holds something in his hands wrapped in cloth. He is a Greek-Egyptian courtier, one of the advisors of the young king, a man named Theodotus of Chios, and his expression is that of someone who believes he is delivering a gift. He comes aboard Caesar's vessel with the practiced deference of a professional suppliant, and he unwraps the cloth, and inside it is a human head. the head of Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, and beside it, in a small sealed container, Pompey's signet ring. The silence that follows is unlike any other silence. The advisors of Ptolemy XIII had made their calculation with the cold arithmetic of men who believe that power respects only power. Pompey had arrived at the Egyptian coast a few days before Caesar's fleet appeared on the horizon. He had sent word to the young king requesting sanctuary, invoking old alliances, old Roman support for the Ptolemaic dynasty. The council had deliberated. Theodotus, the eunuch Pothinus, the general Achilles, and they had decided that a defeated Pompey was a liability, but a dead Pompey delivered to Caesar was currency. They had invited him ashore. They had sent a small boat. They had sent with it a Roman soldier named Lucius Septimius, who had once served under Pompey in earlier campaigns, and whose presence they calculated would comfort the general, would suggest a kind of kinship, a military brotherhood that transcended current allegiances. Pompey had stepped into the boat. He had kissed his wife Cornelia, who waited on the ship watching from the deck. He had been rowed toward the Egyptian shore. And in that boat, within sight of land, within sight of his wife, Septimius had drawn his blade and driven it into Pompey's back. The great man had pulled his toga over his face in the Roman fashion, a last extraordinary gesture of dignity, and had died without crying out, the reports would say, without making a sound unworthy of his lifetime of achievement. Theodotus of Chios stands on the deck of Caesar's flagship and watches the greatest man in the Roman world look at the severed head of the second greatest, and he waits for gratitude. What Caesar feels in this moment is something that does not translate neatly into any language ancient or modern. He turns away. He weeps. This is not theater. Those who know him well will confirm it later in letters and memoirs. These are real tears, unperformed, and they confuse everyone who witnesses them. Caesar wept for Pompey. He wept for the man Pompey had been, for the alliance they had shared, for the daughter Julia whose marriage had bound them, and whose death had begun the unraveling, for the Rome that existed before men like both of them had begun tearing at it. He wept also, perhaps, because this is not the ending he wanted to write. A dead Pompey is an accusation he cannot answer. A living Pompey, brought to terms, would have been a demonstration of Caesar's magnanimity, his famous clemency, the political philosophy that had become something like a brand, the idea that Caesar was a different kind of Roman, that his victories did not require the extermination of the vanquished. A dead Pompey is simply a corpse, and Rome will watch what Caesar does next, and some part of Rome will wonder whether the tears are genuine and whether it matters if they are. He refuses the head. He orders it buried with proper Roman rites. He keeps the signet ring, and he keeps his expression carefully composed from that point forward. He does not thank Theodotus. He does not punish him immediately either. That is not Caesar's way. He files the offense in the careful ledger of his memory, and proceeds to the business of being in Egypt. Alexandria opens itself to him, the way great cities open themselves to conquerors who do not yet know they are conquering. Caesar walks its streets with a Roman's frank astonishment, barely suppressed behind a diplomat's measured calm. The city is staggering. It is not merely the scale, though the scale is extraordinary. The boulevards wide enough for armies to march abreast, the royal quarter larger than some Roman towns, the harbor engineering, a masterpiece of human confidence over geography. It is the density of civilization here, the layered quality of it, Greek on Egyptian on something older still, a place that has been continuously, deliberately magnificent for 3 centuries since Alexander himself drew the plans in the sand. The library, the museum, the temples, the marketplace, thick with languages and spices and philosophical argument. Caesar is many things, but he is also a man of enormous intellectual appetite, and Alexandria feeds that appetite even as it simultaneously presents him with a political crisis he had not entirely anticipated. Egypt is in the middle of a civil war. Ptolemy XIII, the boy king, is perhaps 13 years old. He rules Egypt nominally, practically ruled by his council, Pothinus, Achilles, Theodotus, who have enormous investment in keeping the king young and manageable and themselves powerful. But Ptolemy has an older sister. Her name is Cleopatra VII Philopator, and she is 21 years old, and she is not young and manageable, and she has no intention of remaining so. She is the rightful co-ruler of Egypt under their father's will. The Ptolemaic dynasty ran on shared power between siblings, a practice the Romans found exotic and the Egyptians had long since internalized. But Ptolemy council had moved against her, had stripped her of power, had driven her out of Alexandria itself. At the time of Caesar's arrival, Cleopatra is in the eastern desert with a small army, encamped near the Syrian border, waiting for an opportunity that has not yet presented itself. Caesar installs himself in the royal palace with the self-assurance of a man who has occupied more palaces than most people have visited, and he makes clear that he intends to mediate the dispute between the royal siblings. This is partly diplomatic framing. He is, he explains, the executor of Pompey's estate and incidentally of Rome's various legal entanglements with the Ptolemaic crown, which has owed Rome money for decades, and partly the instinct of a man who cannot be in a room without eventually reorganizing it. He summons both Ptolemy and Cleopatra to appear before him. Ptolemy arrives, escorted by his handlers. He is a child in a very large crown, and his advisors speak for him with the fluid confidence of people who have been doing so for years. They are hostile to Caesar's presence. In a way, they are careful to keep just below the surface of their courtly manners. Caesar is courteous. Caesar is watchful. Caesar is already calculating several moves that are not yet visible on the board. Cleopatra does not arrive in the conventional sense. The distance from her camp to Alexandria is not enormous, but it might as well be a wall for all the political obstacles that line it. Ptolemy people control the roads, control the harbor checkpoints, control every obvious route a deposed queen might take to reach the man who might restore her. She cannot simply walk into the royal palace. She cannot arrive with an army. That would precipitate the very battle she is trying to avoid, or at least to choose the timing of. She needs to be in the same room as Caesar. She needs to be alone with Caesar. She needs, with extraordinary urgency, to make an impression before Ptolemy council can poison any possible well. The solution attributed to her, and the ancient sources vary in the details but agree on the essential audacity, is one of the most famous pieces of political theater in recorded history. A Sicilian merchant named Apollodorus, her loyal companion, wraps her in a length of cloth. In some accounts, it is a carpet. In others, a linen sack, a laundry bundle, a simple bedroll tied at both ends. The vessel hardly matters. What matters is that she is carried through the harbor, loaded onto a small boat, rowed across the water in the Alexandrian dusk, unloaded at a private entrance to the palace complex, carried through corridors by a man who knows which guards are inattentive, and deposited in the room where Julius Caesar is. And then she emerges. She is 21 years old. She speaks 9 languages. This is not legend, this is documented. She was the first Ptolemaic ruler in 3 centuries to actually bother learning Egyptian, in addition to her Greek, her Aramaic, her Ethiopian, her Hebrew, her several others. She is not, the ancient sources are careful to note, conventionally beautiful in the way the word might suggest to a Roman accustomed to a certain type. Plutarch, who is careful with these things, says it is her voice that is extraordinary, like an instrument of many strings, and that her intelligence is apparent before she has said 3 words, and that spending time with her is the kind of experience that reorganizes your sense of what a conversation can be. She has been raised in a court of constant intrigue, constant danger, watching siblings murder each other with the regularity of seasons turning, watching Rome's shadow fall longer and longer across the Ptolemaic world. And she has arrived at 21 with the understanding that everything is contingent, everything is negotiable, and nothing is more dangerous than underestimating the people in the room with you. Caesar is 52. He has outlasted most of the people who have ever tried to stop him. He has a mind that works like a military campaign, fast, economical, oriented always toward the decisive point. He looks at the woman who has just unrolled herself from a carpet in his private chambers, and he recognizes something. What exactly he recognizes is not recorded, but what follows is. They talk. For how long, and about exactly what, no ancient source can tell us with certainty, but Caesar was a man who prided himself on rapid assessment, and Cleopatra was a woman whose entire life had trained her for exactly this kind of audition. She presents her case. She is the legitimate ruler of Egypt. She has been displaced by a faction that murdered a Roman general on Egyptian soil as a gambit in a power play. She is asking Rome, she is asking Caesar, to recognize what is legal, what is right, and what is, incidentally, in Rome's considerable interest. A stable Egypt, ruled by a competent monarch with Roman friendship, is worth more to Rome than an Egypt convulsed by the ambitions of a eunuch and a boy. Caesar listens. Caesar decides. The decision does not take very long. By morning it is understood, though not yet announced, that Caesar has chosen a side. And it is not Ptolemy. The announcement, when it comes, is delivered with all of Caesar's careful formality. He is exercising Rome's role as arbitrator. He is honoring the late Ptolemy XII's bequest. He is restoring the rightful co-rulership. Ptolemy Council receives this information with the serene expression of people who are already thinking about the next move. Pothinus, in particular, is thinking about the very next move, which is to send a message to the general Achilles, who commands 20,000 soldiers outside the city, and to instruct them to march on Alexandria. What follows is called the Alexandrine War, and it is a study in Caesar operating at a disadvantage so significant that anyone who has only read the outcome might be forgiven for assuming it was easy. He has, at this point, fewer than 4,000 soldiers with him. He had brought a relatively small escort. This was a pursuit, not an invasion. And besides, in the wake of Pharsalus, he had not imagined Egypt would require a campaign. He is now effectively trapped inside Alexandria, with 2 legions worth of troops against an Egyptian force nearly 5 times his size, inside a city that is enormous and complex and does not particularly love him. The harbor is contested. His supply lines are precarious. And Ptolemy Council, realizing they have made an enemy of the most dangerous man in the world, are furiously attempting to correct the situation by removing him from it permanently. Caesar does what Caesar always does when disadvantaged. He fortifies, he consolidates, he identifies the single most critical node in the situation, and he acts on it. In this case, the critical node is the harbor. Specifically, it is the Pharos Island Lighthouse Complex and the causeway connecting it to the mainland, which together control access to the entire Alexandrian harbor. He moves to seize this position with the kind of sudden, concentrated violence that has characterized his tactical thinking since Gaul. The fighting is fierce and close. Urban combat in a city of 500,000 people is nothing like a field engagement, and Caesar's men find themselves navigating a maze of colonnaded streets and narrow alleys against defenders who know every corner. Caesar himself fights in these engagements personally, which is not a Roman general's typical role, but has always been his habit in tight situations. His soldiers see him in the line, and there is something in that visibility, that shared danger, that produces a loyalty bordering on religious devotion. There is a moment during the harbor fighting when Caesar has to swim. His boat is overwhelmed. He is in full armor, documents held above his head, famously, accounts will say, his famous commentary, his dispatch papers, and he swims from the wreckage to a safer position, one arm raised above the water, refusing to lose the papers. This story may be embellished. It may not be. But it circulates through Rome within months of the event. and it is the kind of story that circulates because it contains something essential about its subject. The image of Caesar in the water, documents raised dry above the waves, unwilling to surrender either his life or his records, is such a perfect compression of the man that whether it happened precisely that way matters less than the fact that it is entirely believable. He also burns ships. This is a decision of tactical necessity, destroying part of the Egyptian naval capacity in the harbor, but the fire spreads. Accounts from later centuries will sometimes claim the fire reached the great library of Alexandria and destroyed it. Modern scholarship regards this claim with extreme skepticism, and the library is known to have continued operating for centuries afterward. But the fire is real, and it is one of the more spectacular things happening in an already spectacular season. Through all of this, Cleopatra is in the palace. She is not idle. She is governing, advising, consolidating her position with the administrative energy of someone who has waited years for this opportunity and intends to not waste a moment of it. She and Caesar are, by all accounts, deeply involved, personally, intellectually, politically, and the relationship is not a simple one, not a Roman general's passing amusement with a conquered prize, but something more bilateral, more charged, more mutual in its calculation and genuine feeling than either party would necessarily admit to in formal correspondence. She is learning from him, studying his methods, the Roman system of command and decision. He is learning from her, absorbing the Ptolemaic understanding of statecraft, the longer game of Egyptian political culture, the way that civilization thinks in centuries where Rome still thinks in generations. Her brother Ptolemy XIII, still technically king, still managed by his dwindling council, still nominally the opposition, escapes from the palace at some point during these months and joins Achilles' army. Caesar receives this news with equanimity. The field clarifies when the pieces stop pretending to be somewhere they are not. Reinforcements arrive. Caesar had sent word through multiple channels, and the response comes from several directions simultaneously. Additional Roman legions from Syria, and crucially, a relief force moving through Judea and Egypt under the command of a general named Mithridates of Pergamon, supported by Jewish forces loyal to Rome and to Caesar's well-maintained network of alliances in the eastern Mediterranean. This convergence is precisely the kind of operational coordination Caesar excels at, the ability to think across geography, to move pieces across a board that spans hundreds of miles, to turn a siege situation into an encirclement. The army of Ptolemy XIII marches out to meet this new threat along the Nile Delta. Caesar breaks out of Alexandria. The battle is sharp and decisive in the way that battles tend to be when one side has a commander who knows exactly what he is doing, and the other side is fighting with the desperation of people who have already lost the larger argument. Ptolemy XIII attempts to flee by boat on the Nile. The boat sinks or is sunk or overcrowds and capsizes, the accounts vary, and the boy king drowns in the river that his dynasty has called home for 3 centuries. His golden armor is recovered from the water. Caesar has it displayed to the Alexandrian people as confirmation that the civil war is over. He installs Cleopatra as ruler of Egypt. He installs with her, as the Ptolemaic custom requires, another brother, a younger one, Ptolemy XIV, perhaps 11 years old. A pure formality that satisfies the ritual requirements of Egyptian succession without creating any meaningful political complication. Cleopatra is queen, and she is pregnant. Caesar does not linger in Alexandria the way a man in love might linger. Or rather, he lingers precisely as long as the situation requires and then moves. He takes a journey up the Nile with Cleopatra, a famous journey, the two of them on her royal barge, traveling deep into the Egyptian interior through the landscape that has defined civilization longer than any living Roman can properly imagine. 2 weeks, possibly longer. The river wide and brown and slow. The temple complexes rising from the banks. The farmers in the fields doing what farmers along the Nile have done since before the Trojan War, since before Homer thought to write about it. Caesar sees all of this with the eyes of a man who is also the world's most powerful administrator, and what he sees impresses him in ways that Rome's intellectual culture will spend the next generation trying to process. But the world does not wait. It never waits for Caesar, and he has never asked it to. The crisis now is in the east. Pharnaces II, the son of Mithridates VI of Pontus, the same Mithridates who spent 20 years as Rome's most formidable eastern enemy, who once ordered the massacre of 80,000 Romans in a single day across Asia Minor. This Pharnaces has looked at Rome distracted by civil war and seen correctly an opportunity. He has moved into Pontus, which is to say the region along the southern coast of the Black Sea, the region his father once ruled, the region Rome spent enormous blood and treasure subduing. He has retaken territory. He has defeated a Roman force, under Caesar's general Domitius Calvinus. He has done all of this with the confidence of a man who believes that the prevailing Roman chaos will shield him from consequence. He has not accounted for the possibility that Caesar would come personally. Caesar moves from Egypt into Syria, through Syria into Asia Minor, with the speed that has become his tactical signature. The legions move at a pace that exhausts men who were not trained by Caesar, that seems impossible to those watching from outside, that is in fact the product of years of cultivated discipline, and the particular relationship Caesar's soldiers have with him. They move fast because he asks them to, and they do what he asks because he has never yet been wrong about what the end result would be. He picks up additional forces as he marches. He consolidates. He does not allow the campaign to sprawl. Pharnaces learns that Caesar is coming, and decides that negotiation is preferable to battle. He sends envoys. He offers concessions. Caesar receives the envoys politely, makes no commitments, and continues marching. The battle takes place near the town of Zela, in Pontus, in the summer of 47 BCE. Zela is a place with history. It is the same location where Pharnaces' father Mithridates had once defeated a Roman army, and Pharnaces has chosen the site deliberately with some superstitious sense that the geography favors his cause. He has arrayed his forces on advantageous ground. He has chariots with blades on the wheels, a weapon that carries psychological weight beyond its tactical effectiveness, a reminder of Eastern military traditions that predate Roman power. Caesar's response is to attack before Pharnaces has finished positioning his forces. The Roman legions, still in their marching order, see Pharnaces beginning to descend from his position, and simply turn the march into a charge. The whole engagement lasts, by the ancient estimates, 4 hours. Pharnaces' army is broken. Pharnaces himself escapes with a small cavalry force, rides east, and is killed later by one of his own former subordinates. The bladed chariots, for all their menace, accomplish very little against troops moving fast enough and laterally enough to avoid them. Caesar writes to his friend Gaius Matius in Rome. The letter is brief, because the situation is brief, because this is the kind of victory that requires only the simplest statement. The Latin phrase he uses has survived 2,000 years in its original 3 words, veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. It is sent as a kind of summary, a dispatch reducing the whole campaign to its essential arc. Caesar arrived in a region that had a problem. The problem no longer exists. The grammar of the thing is complete. The phrase will echo in every language that learns Latin. It will be quoted by kings and generals and politicians and poets for millennia. It will be painted on walls and stamped on coins and worked into flags. It will become the shorthand for decisive, overwhelming action, the conceptual opposite of the slow siege, the grinding campaign, the war of attrition. But in the moment of its writing, it is simply a man reporting to a friend on a matter that has been resolved. The simplicity is the point. The war in the East is finished. The sentence does not need to be longer than the campaign required. He is in Pontus, and then he is in Syria, and then he is crossing back toward Africa, where the remnants of the Pompeian cause have gathered under Cato and Scipio, and others who did not accept Pharsalus as final, who are building a new army in the provinces of North Africa, who are preparing one more attempt to stop what may already be unstoppable. There is always another crisis. There is always another front. Caesar's world is a world that generates its own demands continuously, and he has never yet found a moment when all of them were satisfied simultaneously. But tonight, if we can allow him tonight, this one evening somewhere on the road between east and west, between Egypt and whatever is coming, tonight there is something that might be called satisfaction. He has stood at the prow of a ship and looked at Alexandria resolving from the horizon. He has walked the streets of the most extraordinary city in the known world. He has held the signet ring of a man he once called family. He has met a woman who has reorganized his understanding of what power can look like, what intelligence applied to circumstance can accomplish, what the eastern edge of the world has been doing for 300 years while Rome was busy arguing about ancestral custom. He has fought a war in a maze in a harbor in the delta of the oldest river in the world. He has marched across a continent and fought a battle before his enemies finished setting up. He has written 3 words that will outlast everything: the legions, the empire, the language itself, and reduced a military campaign to the shape of a complete thought. The stars over the Mediterranean are very bright. The road is long. The next crisis is already forming somewhere ahead of him in the dark. Caesar keeps walking. Chapter 9. Master of Rome, 46 BCE to 44 BCE. It is the summer of 46 BCE, and Rome, that ancient, sprawling, magnificent contradiction of marble and mud, of senatorial dignity and street-level violence, is preparing to receive a man it has never quite seen before. Not like this. Not with this weight of conquered territory behind him. Not with this absolute, undeniable, world-reshaping authority radiating from every letter of his name. Julius Caesar is coming home, and the city that made him knows, in some instinctive animal part of itself, that the Rome which will exist after his arrival will not be entirely the same Rome that existed before it. The preparations have been underway for weeks. Garlands of laurel and myrtle drape the temples along the Sacravia. The streets have been swept, the worst of the market refuse cleared from the gutters, the beggars pushed back from the forum's edges. Scaffolding lines the parade routes where viewing platforms have been constructed, so that the citizens, hundreds of thousands of them, packed into this city on the Tiber like grain into a silo, can see him pass. Vendors hawk food and wine from every corner. Children are hoisted onto shoulders. The atmosphere is somewhere between religious procession and controlled frenzy, the kind of collective excitement that cities generate when they sense they are standing at the exact hinge point of history. And they are right. Caesar arrives not simply as a general who has won a war, but as the singular defining force of his age. Behind him trails an unbroken chain of conquest stretching back across 2 decades. Gaul, that vast wild territory north of the Alps that had haunted Rome's imagination for generations, is now a Roman province, its people absorbed into the imperial body, its wealth beginning to flow southward in steady transformative streams. Egypt, that ancient mystifying kingdom on the Nile, has been stabilized under the rule of Cleopatra, Caesar's companion and ally. Pontus in the east has been shattered in a campaign so swift and overwhelming that Caesar himself described it in 3 words that have since echoed across all of Western civilization: Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Africa and its rebel armies have been put down. The sons of Pompey, gathering strength in Spain, will wait their turn. But for now, in this summer of 46 BCE, the immediate world is as ordered as Caesar can make it. He enters the city to a triumph. And not merely one triumph, but 4, held on successive days, each celebrating a different campaign, each structured as a formal religious and military ceremony in which the conquering general processes through the streets in a decorated chariot, preceded by his troops and his captives, the city's priests and magistrates arranged in ceremonial order around him. The Roman triumph is one of the ancient world's great theatrical productions, a ritual designed to communicate power in the most visceral, immediate, and impossible to misinterpret terms. The first triumph celebrates the Gallic War. Caesar's legions march in full armor, their standards catching the afternoon light, the soldiers singing the ribald, mocking songs that Roman troops traditionally compose about their own commanders, a custom that somehow manages to humanize the spectacle even as the spectacle itself reaches toward the divine. Among the captives walks Arsinoe, the sister of Cleopatra, bound but proud, her bearing so regal that the watching crowd stirs with something approaching pity. The crowd's reaction to captives in a Roman triumph is always complex. The Romans take a strange, uncomfortable pleasure in their own mercy, in the knowledge that these defeated people are alive, that Rome does not always kill what it conquers. The second triumph is for Egypt. The third for Pontus. The fourth for Africa, where the captured Numidian prince Juba, son of the king who allied with Pompey, is displayed before the crowd. The overall spectacle lasts for days, and the wealth displayed is staggering. Gold and silver and precious objects accumulated from the furthest edges of the known world, paraded through the streets of Rome, as proof that the city at the Tiber's bend is now, beyond any reasonable argument, the center of everything. Caesar distributes the wealth with calculated generosity. Every citizen of Rome receives a payment in coin. Every soldier receives a substantial bonus, in some cases sums that represent years of ordinary wages. There are lavish public banquets at which 22,000 tables are set throughout the city, loaded with food and wine, open to all. There are games, gladiatorial spectacles, chariot races, theatrical performances, mock sea battles staged on artificial lakes constructed specifically for the occasion. Caesar understands, with the instincts of a master politician, that spectacle is not mere entertainment. It is communication. It is governance. It is the art of making a city feel that it belongs to the man who governs it, and that his victories are its victories, his glory a reflection of its own. But Caesar is not a man who lingers in celebration when there is work to be done. And there is, in the Rome of 46 BCE, an almost incomprehensible amount of work to be done. The Republic, that system of shared governance, of competing magistracies and senatorial deliberation and carefully calibrated balances of power, has been for all practical purposes a hollow institution for years. Its mechanisms have been corrupted by decades of civil war, by the competing ambitions of strongmen, by the slow erosion of the civic norms and voluntary restraints that make any republican system function. The Roman Senate still meets. Elections are still nominally held. The forms of republican government are still observed with the reverence that Romans always show toward tradition. But everyone in that Senate house, everyone in those election assemblies, understands that the reality of power has shifted, that the man who controls the legions controls Rome, and that the man who controls Rome controls the world. Caesar holds the office of dictator. In the Roman constitutional tradition, a dictator is a temporary emergency appointment, a single magistrate granted extraordinary power for a period of no more than 6 months, to be used in times of acute crisis and then voluntarily relinquished. The great model of Roman dictatorship, the name invoked whenever the institution is discussed, is Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, the farmer general of the early republic who was appointed dictator, defeated the enemy, and returned to his plow within 15 days of his appointment, surrendering power as soon as it was no longer needed. Cincinnatus is the Roman ideal, the man who holds power without being seduced by it. Caesar holds no such brief appointment. His dictatorship is extended, renewed, made permanent in ways that the Roman constitutional tradition has no real language to contain. He has been appointed dictator multiple times for increasing periods. And now he holds the office in a form that strips away its temporary character entirely. He is, or will soon formally be declared, dictator perpetuo, dictator in perpetuity. The office that was always defined by its impermanence is now made permanent. The emergency measure is now the standing condition. The senators who watch this process understand what it means. Many of them have served in the courts and assemblies of the Republic long enough to remember when the institutions they serve had genuine power, when a vote in the Senate meant something, when the deliberations of elected magistrates shaped policy rather than merely ratified the decisions of whoever held the most legions. They watch Caesar accumulate offices and honors and formal powers with the attentiveness of men who know they are watching something irreversible happen, and the expressions they wear in the chamber, deferential, careful, applauding at the right moments, do not always reflect what moves behind their eyes. But Caesar is not, in the winter of 46 and the spring of 45 BCE, a man primarily occupied with the philosophical implications of his own power. He is, with characteristic and almost impatient energy, a man occupied with fixing things. And Rome, by every measure available to the reformer's eye, is a city and a system with an enormous number of things that need fixing. He turns first to the problem of the calendar. It sounds, at first description, like a minor administrative concern, the sort of detail that belongs to priests and bureaucrats rather than to the master of the Roman world. But the Roman calendar, in 46 BCE, is not merely slightly inaccurate. It is catastrophically wrong. It has fallen so far out of alignment with the actual solar year that the months no longer correspond to the seasons they were designed to mark. March, which is supposed to be the beginning of spring, falls in the middle of winter. The agricultural festivals and religious observances that structure Roman civic and religious life are performed at the wrong times of year. The calendar that the Republic uses to organize everything, its legal proceedings, its elections, its religious duties, its planting and harvesting, is a fiction. The reason for this dysfunction is structural. The old Roman calendar is a lunar one based on cycles of the moon, and it periodically requires the insertion of extra months, intercalations, to keep it roughly aligned with the solar year. These intercalations are controlled by the pontifices, the college of priests responsible for maintaining the calendar, and over the preceding decades of civil war and political chaos, the intercalations have been mismanaged, neglected, manipulated for political purposes. By the time Caesar turns his attention to the problem, the calendar is somewhere between 2 and 3 months ahead of where it should be. Caesar's solution is characteristically bold. He consults with Sosigenes of Alexandria, an Egyptian astronomer of considerable reputation, and between them they design a new system. The Julian calendar, as it will come to be known, abandons the lunar framework entirely and grounds itself in the solar year, the time it takes the Earth to complete one orbit of the Sun. The year is set at 365 days, divided into 12 months of varying lengths. And because the solar year is not exactly 365 days, but approximately 365¼ days, a single extra day is added every 4 years, what later civilizations will call the leap year, to absorb the accumulating difference and prevent the kind of drift that has undone the old system. To bring the calendar back into alignment with the solar year before the new system takes effect, Caesar orders the year 46 BCE extended to 445 days, inserting 2 extra months between November and December, in addition to the intercalary month that would normally have been added. It is a year of unusual and disorienting length, and it will come to be known in the dry humor of Roman historical memory as the year of confusion. But the confusion is temporary, a controlled disruption designed to produce lasting order. The Julian calendar, which Caesar introduces on the 1st of January in 45 BCE, will remain the primary calendar of the Western world for the next 15 centuries. It will be modified only once, in the 16th century, when the Gregorian reform corrects a small residual drift of about 11 minutes per year that has accumulated over the centuries. But the basic structure, the solar year, the 12 months, the leap year, is Caesar's, designed in consultation with an Alexandrian astronomer in the winter of 46 BCE. And it will organize the lives and records of every civilization that inherits the Roman world in some form for 2,000 years. This is what Caesar's reforms look like at their best. Not merely practical solutions to immediate problems, but interventions that reshape the basic structures of organized life in ways that outlast every other aspect of his legacy. He does not think only in seasons. He thinks in centuries. His other reforms are similarly sweeping in their ambition, and similarly technical in their execution. He reorganizes the grain dole, the system by which Rome distributes free grain to its citizen population, which has become administratively chaotic and rife with fraud. The number of citizens receiving the dole has grown far beyond what the system was designed to sustain, swelled by urban migration and political manipulation. Caesar conducts a census, identifies the legitimate recipients, and reduces the rolls. It is an act that produces genuine hardship for some who are removed from the list, and genuine resentment, but it is also an act of administrative rationality in a system that has been allowed to drift into dysfunction. He turns to the problem of the Italian countryside, where decades of civil war have depopulated farming communities, where veteran soldiers need land, and where the relationship between the city of Rome and the broader peninsula requires rebalancing. Caesar plants colonies, organized settlements of veterans and urban poor, across Italy and across the wider Roman world. In Spain, in Africa, in Greece, in Asia Minor, communities of Roman citizens are established, extending the reach of Roman culture and creating networks of loyalty tied directly to Caesar rather than to the abstract institutions of the Republic. He extends Roman citizenship with a generosity that shocks more conservative members of the senatorial class. In the Roman tradition, citizenship is a precious and carefully controlled status, something earned, inherited, occasionally granted as a reward for service, but never distributed carelessly. Caesar grants citizenship to entire communities in Cisalpine Gaul, the region of northern Italy that has been in a transitional status for generations. He grants it to doctors and teachers who come to Rome from other parts of the world, recognizing that a city which wants to attract talent must offer the incentive of belonging. He understands what many of his contemporaries cannot quite grasp, that Rome's strength has always come from its capacity to absorb and incorporate, to make Romans out of the people it encounters, and that restricting citizenship is ultimately a form of self-limitation. He reforms the debt laws, addressing the economic crisis that has been building through years of war and instability, in a way that offers genuine relief to debtors without entirely canceling obligations, a difficult balance that satisfies neither creditors nor debtors completely, but represents a workable compromise in an impossible situation. He regulates the practices of the courts, limiting delays and reducing the opportunities for the wealthy to use legal procedure as a weapon of harassment. He expands the Senate, adding new members from the equestrian class and from the provinces, diluting the body's traditional aristocratic character and making it more representative of the broader Roman world, though also, his critics note, making it more manageable, more dependent on his own favor. He rebuilds. Rome itself, the physical city, is in the condition that decades of civil war and neglect tend to produce. Caesar launches construction projects on a scale that the city has rarely seen. A new forum, the Forum Iulium, with a temple to Venus Genetrix, the goddess from whom the Julian family claims descent, at its center. He plans a theater to rival Pompey's, which still stands on the Campus Martius as a monument to his old rival's vanity. He designs a new curia, a new Senate house, to replace the one that was burned in the riots following Clodius's death years before. He plans drainage works to drain parts of the Pontine marshes south of Rome, converting malarial swampland into farmable territory. He plans a road across the Apennines, the mountain spine of Italy, to improve communication between the peninsula's eastern and western coasts. Not all of these projects will be completed in his lifetime. Some will be finished by his heir. Some will be modified beyond recognition. But the impulse behind them, the reformer's vision of a Rome that functions as well as a city of its size and importance ought to function, that is physically worthy of the power it exercises over the world, is entirely Caesar's, and it gives his time and power a quality that distinguishes him from the mere strongmen of history. He is not simply holding power. He is trying to use it to build something. Through all of this, the Senate watches. The senators who fill the benches of the temporary meeting places Caesar uses, the Curia is still under construction, are not, as a group, stupid men. Many of them are among the most educated and politically experienced people in the Roman world. They have spent their careers navigating the dangerous currents of late Republican politics, and they are skilled readers of power, of intention, of the signals that a dominant man sends about his own conception of his position and his plans. They watch Caesar accumulate honors and titles and formal recognitions with the careful attention of men who know that what they are watching cannot be undone, and they calculate, each in his own way, what this means for them. The honors themselves are extravagant. The Senate votes Caesar a succession of titles and privileges that would have been almost incomprehensible to the Romans of an earlier era. His image is struck on coins while he is still alive, a practice with no republican precedent, since coins had always carried the images of gods, not living men. He is granted the right to wear the laurel wreath at all times, a privilege he accepts with apparent willingness. It is said, with the slightly cruel edge that Roman gossip always carries, that Caesar is pleased by the covering the wreath provides for his increasingly sparse hair. He is permitted to wear the triumphal toga, the purple and gold garment of a celebrating general, on any occasion he chooses, rather than only during the specific ritual of a triumph. He is assigned a special golden chair in the Senate chamber, elevated slightly above the ordinary benches where the senators sit. And then there is the question of kingship. It is the question that hovers over everything, that cannot quite be asked directly, that everyone in Rome is simultaneously thinking about and carefully not saying. Caesar holds more power than any Roman king ever held. He exercises authority over the legions, over the treasury, over the courts, over the calendar, over the shape of the physical city. The traditional offices of the Republic, the consulship, the tribunate, the censorship, are either held by him directly or effectively under his control. He is, in everything except the name, a monarch. But the name matters enormously. The Romans have a visceral, deeply historical revulsion toward the word rex, king. It reaches back to the founding of the Republic itself, to the expulsion of the Tarquin kings in 509 BCE, to the story that the Romans tell themselves about who they are and how they came to govern themselves. To call a Roman a king is not merely a political observation. It is an insult, a provocation, an accusation. The Roman Republic was born in the act of rejecting kingship, and the emotional resonance of that founding act has never fully faded, even after 5 centuries, even in an era when the Republic's institutions are clearly failing. Caesar seems to understand this. He is, repeatedly, publicly careful to avoid the word. In February of 44 BCE, at the festival of the Lupercalia, an ancient, somewhat unruly celebration involving ritual running and the striking of women with strips of goatskin, one of those occasions when Rome's sophisticated imperial culture briefly gives way to something older and stranger, the consul Mark Antony approaches Caesar before the watching crowd and offers him a laurel crown, the traditional crown of a king. It is a moment that seems to many observers to have been at least partially staged, a test of public opinion, a way of seeing how the crowd reacts. Caesar refuses the crown. He pushes it away. The crowd, which has been watching in tense silence, erupts in cheering. Antony offers it again. Caesar refuses again. More cheering. The crown is finally set aside, and Caesar instructs that the incident be recorded in the public records, that Julius Caesar, when offered a crown by the consul, refused it. He wants the refusal documented. He wants it known. But the refusal itself is ambiguous in a way that satisfies no one entirely. Did Caesar genuinely not want the crown? Did he refuse it because the crowd's reaction told him the moment was wrong? Did he understand that the title was unnecessary because he already possessed everything the title represented, and that accepting it would add nothing to his power while adding enormously to his political vulnerability? The men in the Senate House turn these questions over in their minds and do not find answers that fully reassure them. What they do find, increasingly, is a man who seems to have grown impatient with the forms of deference that Roman political culture requires. Caesar is, by the accounts that survive, often brusque with senators. He receives formal delegations of the Senate while seated rather than standing, a breach of the etiquette that requires a man of good breeding to rise for his social equals. He dismisses the advice of men who were his senior colleagues in the old days with a speed and finality that communicates, unmistakably, that the relationship between them has changed. The senators who come to him with proposals must now understand that they are coming as petitioners, not as co-deliberators, and Caesar does not always bother to disguise this. His health during this period appears uncertain. He has suffered from epilepsy, or what the Romans call the falling sickness, throughout much of his adult life, and the physical toll of decades of campaigning in all weathers and conditions has left marks that are visible to those who watch him closely. There are moments of apparent absence, of brief disconnection from his immediate surroundings, that those around him notice and discuss in careful whispers. He is not old by the standards of the modern world. He is in his mid-50s, but he has lived those years with extraordinary intensity, and intensity always has a cost. Perhaps because of this, or perhaps because the scale of what he wants to accomplish demands urgency, Caesar begins planning his next campaign. Rome's eastern frontier is troubled. The Parthian Empire, the great power of the Eastern world, the successor to the Persians who had once threatened Greece, represents an unfinished strategic problem. 3 years earlier, in 53 BCE, the Roman general Crassus had led an army into Parthian territory and suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Carrhae, losing his army and his life, and, humiliatingly, the legionary standards that the soldiers carried into battle, the eagles that represented the honor and identity of each legion. Those lost eagles are a standing wound to Roman pride, and Caesar intends to address them, to march east with an army large enough to settle the Parthian question definitively, to bring back the standards and perhaps bring back something more, a campaign that could extend Roman power to the edges of the world as the Romans conceive it. The campaign is scheduled to begin in the middle of March 44 BCE. The legions are already being assembled and positioned. The logistical preparation for an eastern campaign on this scale is enormous, and it has been underway for months. Caesar is to leave Rome on the 18th of March. He will never leave. The men who are watching him, watching the accumulation of power, the new titles, the permanent dictatorship, the treatment of the Senate as an advisory body rather than a governing one, the crown that was refused perhaps once too publicly, the campaign that will take him out of Rome for years and return him, if it succeeds, with even greater power and even greater prestige. These men are reaching the conclusion that the window for action is closing. That if Caesar departs for the east and returns victorious, the last realistic opportunity to restore something of the Republic, or at least to end the dominance of this particular man, will have passed entirely. That the time, if there is ever to be a time, is now. Their names are Gaius Cassius Longinus, a lean and brilliant military officer who served under Crassus and survived Carrhae, whose intelligence is matched by a certain cold precision of feeling. Marcus Junius Brutus, whose very name carries the weight of Roman history. He is descended, or believed to be descended, from the Lucius Junius Brutus, who expelled the Tarquin kings and founded the Republic, and this lineage sits on his shoulders like an obligation. Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, one of Caesar's most trusted lieutenants, a man who has eaten at Caesar's table and commanded his armies, and who is now, with the careful deliberateness of a man who has made a decision he cannot unmake, attending the meetings of those who plan to kill him. There are others. 60 men, in the count that history will preserve, are eventually drawn into the conspiracy. They call themselves the liberatores, the liberators. They believe, or tell themselves that they believe, or some of them genuinely believe, that what they are about to do is not murder but surgery, the removal of a malignancy from the body of the Republic before it can kill what remains of free Roman governance. They are wrong about what will follow. They are wrong about almost everything, as it turns out. But in the late winter of 44 BCE, they are meeting in private homes and speaking in careful, measured voices about what needs to be done, and when and where. Caesar, for his part, has been warned. He has been warned multiple times, by multiple people, through multiple channels. His wife Calpurnia has told him of dreams, terrible dreams in which she holds his bloodied body in her arms. Soothsayers and augurs have delivered their enigmatic cautions. A man named Artemidorus of Cnidus, a teacher of rhetoric who has somehow learned specific details of the plot, has written the names of the conspirators on a note and tried to press it into Caesar's hand on the morning of the Ides of March the 15th, as Caesar walks through the crowd. Caesar takes the note. He does not read it. Why not? The question has been asked across 2,000 years, and no fully satisfying answer has emerged. Perhaps he is too proud to seem afraid. Perhaps he has grown, in the strange psychological state that absolute power tends to produce, disconnected from the ordinary human calculus of personal danger. Perhaps he has simply decided, as he reportedly said more than once in this period, that a life lived in fear of death is not worth living, that he has dismissed his Spanish bodyguard, that he moves through the city without substantial protection, because to live otherwise is to already be a prisoner of the very vulnerability he is trying to deny. On the 14th of March, 44 BCE, Caesar hosts a dinner. Among his guests is the general Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, and the conversation turns, as Roman dinner conversation was always capable of turning, even in the most ordinary times, to the subject of death. Someone asks, it may be Caesar himself, what is the best kind of death? Caesar, who has spent a life making fast decisions in extreme situations, answers without much apparent hesitation. The best death, he says, is a sudden one. It is the 14th of March. He has 1 day left. The Senate is scheduled to meet tomorrow at the Theater of Pompey, in the large meeting hall adjacent to the theater complex that Pompey built in 55 BCE on the Campus Martius, the first permanent stone theater in Rome, a monument to the man Caesar defeated, now serving as a meeting place for the body that Caesar has, in the view of 60 of its members, effectively destroyed. The irony of location is not small. The conspirators are aware of it. They have chosen it for a reason. Tonight, Rome does not know what is coming. The city sleeps or does not sleep according to its nature. The wealthy in their hilltop houses, the poor in their overcrowded insulae, the soldiers in their barracks, the slaves in their various accommodations across the vast social geography of the greatest city in the world. The fire sellers have gone home. The last of the taverns are closing. Somewhere in the city, 60 men are reviewing what they have planned, checking the blades they will carry beneath their togas, steadying themselves for what the morning will bring. Caesar sleeps. Or tries to. Tomorrow, he will walk through the streets of Rome for the last time, as the man who has remade it, the man who reformed the calendar and reorganized the courts, and distributed the grain, and planted the colonies, and planned the Eastern campaign, and refused the crown, and accepted the perpetual dictatorship, and gathered into a single pair of hands more power than Rome had seen in 5 centuries of republican governance. Tomorrow, he will sit in his golden chair in the hall adjacent to Pompey's theater, and listen to the Senate's business, and extend his hand toward a petition being presented by a senator named Julius Caesar, and a group of men will gather around him with the practiced casualness of people who have rehearsed what comes next. He does not know this. Or if some part of him knows, as the man who has spent a lifetime reading situations and people and the shapes of events, if some deep strategic intelligence within him has assembled the available information into something approaching knowledge, he is not acting on it. The city breathes around him in the dark. The calendar he has created, which will organize the lives of 20 centuries of human beings not yet born, is already in effect. The reforms he has made are already reshaping the republic he has effectively ended. The world that will come after him, the world his heir will build on the foundation he is laying, is already in its essential outlines taking form. Julius Caesar, dictator perpetuo, master of Rome, the man who came, saw, and conquered, lies in the darkness of the 14th of March, 44 BCE, with one more sunrise ahead of him. And Rome holds its breath. Chapter 10. The Ides of March, March 44 BCE and beyond. The city of Rome breathes differently in March. There is something in the air that month, a restlessness that mingles with the first warmth of the retreating winter, a tension that hums beneath the cobblestones and drifts through the marble corridors of power like smoke from an altar fire. The month belongs to Mars, the god of war, and Rome has always taken that patronage seriously. But in the March of 44 BCE, the city does not yet know what it is carrying. It does not yet feel the weight of what is about to happen. The streets are busy, the markets loud, the temples fragrant with burnt offerings. Children run between the legs of senators. Merchants argue over the price of grain. Soldiers polish their armor. Life moves forward with the casual confidence of a civilization that believes itself eternal. And at the center of it all, at the beating heart of an empire still learning to call itself an empire, walks Gaius Julius Caesar, dictator perpetuo, master of Rome, the most powerful man in the known world. He is 55 years old, and the years have marked him with the particular dignity that belongs only to men who have survived everything. His face is lean, the skin pulled tight over the elegant architecture of his cheekbones. His dark eyes still move with that famous quickness, absorbing a room in a single glance, cataloging faces, reading intentions, calculating distances. He walks with the slight stiffness of a man whose body has absorbed decades of campaign life. The cold nights on the Rhine, the wet mornings in Britannia, the long hours in the saddle crossing the spine of Gaul. But he does not walk like a man who is tired. He walks like a man who is building something. Because he is. The Rome that Caesar envisions is not the Rome of the old republic, that creaking, faction-ridden machine that has spent the last century tearing itself apart. He has seen what the republic produces: Sulla's proscriptions, Pompey's vanity, the Senate's endless capacity for cowardice dressed as principle. He has watched Rome nearly destroy itself from the inside, and he has decided, with the calm certainty of a man who has never doubted his own judgment, that he is the one to fix it. The calendar has been reformed. The legions are loyal. The provinces are being reorganized. There are plans for a great library, for new Roman colonies, for a massive drainage project to reclaim the Pontine marshes. There is talk of a campaign against the Parthians to avenge Crassus, to finally settle Rome's eastern frontier, to add one more chapter to a military biography that is already beyond all comparison. The city watches him with a complicated love, the way a people always watches a man who has given them order, but taken from them the comfortable illusion of self-governance. The plebeians adore him. The common soldiers would follow him into the underworld without hesitation. But in the cool marble halls of the Senate, where old names and older grievances cluster like shadows, there is something else growing. Something quiet and desperate and ancient. Something that calls itself virtue. Marcus Junius Brutus does not think of himself as a conspirator. He thinks of himself as a Roman. He is a man of genuine intellectual weight, a student of philosophy, a correspondent of Cicero, a man who has spent his adult life trying to reconcile the inherited traditions of the Republic with the brutal realities of the age he lives in. His lineage is impeccable and deliberately cultivated. He traces his ancestry to Lucius Junius Brutus, the man who expelled the last king of Rome 5 centuries earlier and founded the Republic itself. That story is not incidental to who Marcus Brutus is. It is the story he tells himself every morning when he rises. It is the architecture of his identity. He has not always been Caesar's enemy. In the Civil War, he fought on Pompey's side, and yet when Pompey was defeated, Caesar pardoned him personally, warmly, even gave him a governorship. Caesar liked Brutus. Some Romans whispered with the casual cruelty of gossip that Caesar liked him for reasons more personal than political, that there had once been something between Caesar and Brutus's mother, Servilia, that made Caesar regard the son with a particular tenderness. Whether that is true or merely the invention of a city that has always loved scandal, what is certain is that Caesar trusted Brutus, elevated him, brought him close. And Brutus has spent the early weeks of 44 BCE betraying that trust. The meetings happen at night, in private homes, in the houses of men who have learned to speak carefully, whose slaves have been sent on errands, whose doors are closed against the street noise. The conspirators call themselves the liberatores, the liberators, and in the beginning there are only a few of them, clustered around the cold fire of Gaius Cassius Longinus's conviction. Cassius is a different creature from Brutus entirely. Where Brutus is philosophical and burdened, Cassius is lean and hungry and direct. He served under Crassus at the disaster of Carrhae and managed to save the remnants of the Roman force from total annihilation, a feat of military competence that never received the recognition he believed it deserved. He is a man shaped by resentment, and resentment has a way of sharpening into ideology. He does not love the Republic the way Brutus loves it, with that earnest, almost religious attachment. He hates Caesar the way a man hates someone who has taken something from him. But he is clever enough to know that hatred alone cannot recruit. Hatred must be dressed in principle before it becomes a movement. So Cassius comes to Brutus. He comes to him carefully over weeks, in the way that a man approaches a difficult argument, not all at once but in pieces, leaving each piece to work on the listener before adding the next. He speaks of tyranny. He speaks of the ancestral traditions of the Republic, knowing exactly how those words land in a man whose identity is built on the expulsion of kings. He speaks of Caesar's recent behavior, the way Caesar accepted the title of Dictator Perpetuo, not the temporary emergency office that the Republic had always intended, but a permanent, unending concentration of power in a single man. He speaks of the golden chair in the Senate House, of the month renamed in Caesar's honor, of the statue placed among the 7 kings of Rome. And then, there is the matter of the crown. At the festival of Lupercalia, just weeks before, Mark Antony, Caesar's most devoted lieutenant, a man of enormous physical vitality and loyal to the point of recklessness, approached Caesar before the assembled crowd of Rome and offered him a diadem. The crowd watched in silence that had the texture of held breath. Caesar reached out and touched the crown, and then, reading the silence, pushed it away. The crowd cheered. Antony offered it again. Caesar pushed it away again, with what seemed like theatrical reluctance. The crowd cheered louder. This happened 3 times before Caesar, with a gesture of weary forbearance, ordered the crown taken to the Capitol and dedicated to Jupiter, declaring that only the god was king of Rome. The crowd loved it. They went home satisfied, reassured, certain that their Caesar had no intention of making himself a monarch. But in the marble houses of the Palatine, men like Cassius watched the performance with different eyes. They saw not the refusal, but the hesitation. They saw a man testing the air, measuring the crowd, calculating the moment. They saw, or believed they saw, a man who wanted the crown and was simply waiting for Rome to be ready to give it. Whether they were right is a question history cannot answer with certainty. Caesar's intentions for Rome remain one of the great unresolved arguments of the ancient world. But what matters in that cold and conspiring February is not what Caesar intended. What matters is what Brutus and Cassius believe he intended. And by the end of February, they believe he means to be king. The conspiracy grows quietly, the way dangerous things always grow in the dark, fed by whispers. New names are added with care. Decimus Brutus Albinus, one of Caesar's most trusted generals, joins, a fact that will later strike Rome as a particular species of betrayal, since Decimus was not some disgruntled outsider, but a man Caesar had personally favored, recently enriched, and named in his will as a secondary heir. Gaius Trebonius joins, a former consul who had served Caesar in Gaul. Lucius Tillius Cimber joins. Others come in ones and twos, each recruited with the language of freedom and the urgency of men who have convinced themselves they are acting for Rome rather than for themselves. They settle on a date. March 15th. The Ides of March. There is a Senate meeting scheduled for that day, at the theater of Pompey, in the large hall attached to the complex where the Senate was temporarily convening while the Curia was being rebuilt. The symbolism, for men who believe in such things, is not lost on some of them, that Caesar should fall in a building bearing the name of the man he destroyed. The conspirators will surround him under the pretext of presenting a petition on behalf of Tillius Cimber's exiled brother. In the press of men seeking his attention, in the chaos of a crowded room, the knives will come out. There are 60 men in the conspiracy, or thereabouts. 60 men who know, or 60 men, and the terrible weight of what 60 men must carry in the days before an act that cannot be undone. The night before the Ides of March, Rome is restless. Caesar dines at the home of Marcus Lepidus, where the conversation turns, with the dark inevitability of dinner party talk among Romans of that era, to the question of what is the best way to die. Caesar answers without hesitation, a sudden death. A death that comes quickly, without warning, without the long diminishment of illness or the degradation of age. He says it the way a man says something he has thought about before, with the calm assurance of a considered opinion. The guests laugh, or some of them do. The conversation moves on. At home that night, his wife Calpurnia sleeps badly. She cries out in her sleep, waking him. In the morning, her face is pale with the residue of dreams she cannot quite hold in daylight, but whose atmosphere hangs over her like weather. She describes them. She dreamed the pediment of their house collapsed. She dreamed Caesar's body in her arms. She begs him not to go to the Senate. She is not a woman given to superstition, and her fear carries the particular authority of someone who does not frighten easily. Caesar listens to her. He is not unmoved. He sends word that he is unwell and will not attend. This is the moment that nearly undoes everything. Decimus Brutus Albinus, one of the inner circle of conspirators and one of Caesar's most trusted friends, receives the message and immediately understands the danger. If Caesar does not come today, the meeting will be rescheduled. The conspiracy, which has been held together by the tension of a fixed date, may begin to unravel. Men may lose their nerve. Secrets may leak. There are already whispers. There have been warnings delivered to Caesar by a soothsayer named Spurinna, who stopped him in the street weeks ago and told him to beware the Ides of March. There is a senator named Artemidorus, who has somehow learned the names of the conspirators and has written them down on a scroll he intends to hand to Caesar. The conspiracy is not as airtight as 60 men in Rome can ever be. Decimus goes to Caesar's house. He finds him there with Calpurnia, in the private rooms of a man who has been persuaded by his wife's fear to spend the day at home. Decimus sits with him and speaks with the easy familiarity of a trusted friend and gently ridicules the notion that Caesar, who has crossed the Rubicon, who has fought in Africa and Spain and Gaul, should be kept from the Senate by a woman's dreams and a fortune-teller's warnings. He says this with affection, the way a man speaks to a friend he is in the process of murdering. He says that the senators are waiting, that they will think badly of Caesar for keeping them, that there is talk of postponing the vote that would grant Caesar new titles and new powers for his Parthian campaign, a vote, Decimus implies, that might not survive a delay. Caesar listens. He laughs a little at himself. He tells Calpurnia not to worry. He calls for his litter. The morning of March 15, 44 BCE, moves at the pace of an ordinary morning. The streets of Rome are full of the ordinary sounds of a city going about its business. The creak of cartwheels on stone, the shouting of vendors, the smell of bread from the bakeries near the Forum. Caesar's procession moves through it all, preceded by lictors, accompanied by friends and clients, the daily machinery of a powerful man's public life. Near the theater of Pompey, a man pushes through the crowd and reaches Caesar. It is Artemidorus, holding his scroll, calling out Caesar's name. Caesar takes the scroll but does not read it. There are too many people pressing things into his hands, too many petitions, too many faces. He passes it to a secretary. He does not know, as he carries that unread scroll into the Senate meeting, that it contains the names of the men who are about to kill him. Inside the hall, the conspirators have arranged themselves with the deliberate casualness of men who are pretending not to be arranged. They are scattered throughout the room, mixed among the legitimate senators, their hands empty and visible and their knives hidden in the folds of their togas. They have agreed to act together, to strike simultaneously once the signal is given, so that no single man bears the burden, and no single man can be pointed at afterward. 60 hands on 60 weapons. Shared guilt, shared glory, shared history. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal lieutenant, is kept outside the building by Gaius Trebonius, who engages him in conversation. A long, aimless, friendly conversation that is specifically designed to prevent him from being present when the moment comes. Antony is a fighter. Antony would interfere. Antony must not be there. Caesar enters the hall, and the senators rise as is custom to receive him. He moves toward the golden chair. Not a throne, officially, just a ceremonial seat of honor, though the distinction has become increasingly theoretical. Around him, the room reorganizes itself with the subtle choreography of conspiracy. Men drift closer. Tullius Cimber steps forward with a petition regarding his exiled brother, and others crowd in around Caesar, adding their voices, pressing close, creating the controlled chaos of a room full of men with urgent requests. Caesar is mildly irritated by the press of bodies. He tries to wave them back, to indicate that this is not the time. But Cimber reaches forward and grabs the edge of his toga, a dramatic gesture, a supplicant's gesture, but also a signal. Publius Servilius Casca is standing behind Caesar. He is a man of moderate distinction and considerable nervousness, and he has been chosen to strike first, which is perhaps the most terrible position in the entire conspiracy. Not the last blow when the thing is already decided, but the first, when there is still a chance to turn back, when a man's entire life hangs on the decision his arm makes in the next half-second. Casca draws his dagger and strikes at Caesar's neck. The blow is glancing, uncertain, the blow of a man who has never done this before, who is striking at a living person, who is in the grip of something too enormous to carry steadily. Caesar grabs his arm. He turns. He shouts in Latin, or perhaps in Greek, words that different sources remember differently, but whose essence is the outraged demand of a man who cannot yet comprehend what is happening. What are you doing? And then the room erupts. The conspirators converge from all sides, daggers drawn. And the thing that happens next is not the clean, heroic act of liberation that some of them perhaps imagined in their midnight meetings. It is chaos. It is panic dressed as purpose. Men strike in the press of bodies, and in their haste and their terror they cut each other. Brutus himself wounds one of the other conspirators in the confusion. Caesar spins, trying to see, trying to understand, his toga pulled and slashed, the blows coming from every direction, from the hands of men he has known for decades, men he has pardoned and promoted and trusted. He covers his face with his toga. Some sources say he fell at the base of the statue of Pompey. Whether by coincidence or grim arrangement, whether the conspirators brought him there deliberately, or whether it was simply where the weight of the blows finally brought him down, it is how history remembers it. Caesar, bleeding from 23 wounds, dying at the feet of the man he defeated. The ancient tradition, immortalized centuries later by Shakespeare, holds that Caesar saw Brutus among the men striking him and said, "Et tu, Brute?" And you too, Brutus. Whether these were truly his last words, or any words at all, is impossible to verify. The Roman sources do not agree, and the sources that do mention final words offer different versions. But the sentiment is real, whatever the exact syllables. Because if Caesar said anything in those last moments, if any coherent thought formed in the mind that was even then going dark, it was surely the particular anguish of betrayal, not the fact of death. Caesar had courted death for decades, had flirted with it in 100 battles and 100 dangerous moments, had declared on the evening before that sudden death was the best kind. But the faces, the specific faces. Decimus, who had come to his house that morning with a friend's smile. Brutus, whom he had loved. He pulls his toga over himself. The motion is described by Suetonius with the detail of an eyewitness account preserved through memory. That Caesar, even as he fell, arranged his clothing with a concern for his own dignity. Dying as he had lived, with attention to how he appeared. The Senate chamber empties in an instant. The men who were not conspirators, and many of them were not, many of them were simply senators going about their ordinary legislative business, scatter in every direction, knocking over benches, running for the doors, flooding out into the streets of Rome with the wild-eyed energy of men who have just watched something that cannot be unwatched. The conspirators themselves stand in the sudden stillness of aftermath, breathing hard, blood on their hands and togas, looking at each other and at what lies on the floor, and beginning to understand that they have not thought about what happens next. They had a plan for the killing. They had no plan for the morning after. The streets of Rome received the news the way a city receives a great shock, in waves, each wave larger than the last, distorting as it moves, acquiring detail and drama and rumor, until by midday the city is vibrating with a dozen different versions of the morning. Shops close. People gather in the streets, on the steps of temples, in the spaces between buildings, talking in low voices or loud ones, waiting for something, not quite sure what, but certain that something must come next. The conspirators retreat to the Capitoline Hill, intending to present themselves as liberators to a grateful city. They have brought gladiators, just in case. They give speeches. The speeches are well composed. Brutus especially speaks with the measured eloquence of a man who has been rehearsing his justification for weeks. But the streets below the Capitoline do not respond with the grateful roar the liberatores imagined. The crowds are uncertain, not celebratory. The people of Rome did not wake up this morning wanting Julius Caesar dead. Whatever they thought of his accumulating power, he was theirs. He had given them grain distributions and debt relief, and public spectacles, and the bright particular pride of belonging to the city that Caesar came from. He was complicated, but he was familiar. The sudden void where he had been is not freedom. It is just emptiness. Mark Antony, who survived the morning by being kept outside the room, now begins to move. He is a physically imposing man of 40 years, a gifted speaker when occasion demands it, and utterly devoted to Caesar's memory in the way that a man is devoted to the person who made his significance possible. He secures Caesar's papers and his personal treasury, taking them into his own custody before the conspirators can claim them. He negotiates with Brutus and Cassius, agreeing to support an amnesty for the conspirators in exchange for the right to give Caesar a public funeral. It seems like a reasonable compromise. The liberatores agree. This is their second great miscalculation. The funeral of Julius Caesar takes place in the Roman Forum on March 20th. The body is carried through the streets on a gilded bier, and the city turns out in the tens of thousands, not the polite, ceremonial crowd of a state occasion, but the dense physical press of a people who are feeling something. Antony stands at the rostra, the great curved speaker's platform that has been the stage for Roman public life for centuries, and he begins to speak. What Antony does in that speech is a masterwork of emotional intelligence. He does not attack the conspirators directly. He has promised not to, and in any case that is not what this moment requires. Instead, he holds up Caesar's will, and he reads it to the crowd. Caesar has left his private gardens to the people of Rome as a public park. He has left each Roman citizen 75 drachmas. He has remembered, in the document that disposes of everything he owned, the ordinary people of the city he ruled. Then Antony holds up Caesar's toga, the same toga Caesar was wearing when he died, blood-stained and cut through with 23 wounds. And the forum, which was already at the edge of its emotional capacity, breaks entirely. The crowd surges. They tear apart the wooden benches of the theater to build an impromptu funeral pyre in the forum itself, placing Caesar's body on it, feeding the flames with whatever wood they can find. They tear down the fasces, the ceremonial bundles of rods that symbolize political authority, and throw them into the fire. They carry torches to the houses of the conspirators. Brutus and Cassius flee Rome before the night is out. In the weeks and months that follow, the city begins to understand what it has lost and what it has begun. Caesar's great-nephew Gaius Octavius, a young man of 19, who has been living quietly in Apollonia in Illyria, studying military matters, receives word of his uncle's death, and with it the revelation contained in the will. Caesar has posthumously adopted him, making him Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus his primary heir. Octavian, as history will come to know him first, though he will later take another name, boards a ship for Rome with the calculated calm of a man who has been waiting, without knowing quite what he was waiting for. He is 19 years old, slightly built, with a face that gives away very little. He has none of Caesar's physical charisma, none of Antony's muscular energy. But he has something both of them lacked: patience. The willingness to wait, to calculate, to move slowly and surely, to sacrifice the brilliant gesture for the effective one. He will spend the next 14 years navigating the chaos that Caesar's death has unleashed. Civil war again, the brutal proscriptions he carries out with Antony against their mutual enemies, the final confrontation at Actium, before he stands at last at the summit of everything, the sole ruler of Rome, the first emperor. He will call himself Augustus. The republic that Brutus and Cassius killed Caesar to preserve does not survive them by long. The very act of assassination, intended to restore the old order, accelerated its dissolution. Caesar's murder did not prove that Rome could not be ruled by one man. It proved that Rome could not be ruled without one. The conspirators, who stepped forward from the smoking ruins of the Senate floor, blood on their hands and liberty on their lips, found that the city they thought they were liberating had no particular interest in the kind of liberty they were offering. What Rome wanted was what Caesar had provided: bread, security, spectacle, the enormous consoling pride of belonging to the greatest power in the world. Brutus and Cassius raise armies and meet Octavian and Antony at Philippi in Macedonia in October of 42 BCE. 2 battles over 20 days in the hills and marshes of northern Greece. The liberatores are defeated. Cassius, believing the second battle lost before it is, orders his own servant to kill him. Brutus, his cause collapsed and his friend dead, falls on his sword. Before he dies, he is said to have remarked, or Plutarch says he is said to have remarked, that virtue was not, as he had believed, a real thing, but merely a word. The philosopher of the Republic, dying in the wreckage of everything he tried to save, arriving at last at the most painful of all conclusions, that the world does not bend to principles, however sincerely held. The Rome that emerges from the ashes of all this is not the Rome that either Caesar or his assassins envisioned. It is something newer, stranger, and more durable. The Principate that Augustus constructs with such careful deliberateness preserves the old republican forms. The Senate still meets, elections are still held, consuls are still appointed, while concentrating the actual substance of power in the hands of one man. It is the great Roman political invention, the illusion of the Republic maintained as a vessel for what is, in practice, a monarchy. It is pragmatic, and it works, and it will sustain the civilization for another 4 centuries in the West and far longer in the East. Caesar did not plan this. He could not have. He was killed before he had the chance to build whatever it was he was building, and the precise shape of that unfinished structure is something scholars will argue about for as long as people read Latin. But he made it possible. He broke the back of the old republic so thoroughly that there was no going back. Not because he intended to make himself a permanent king, not because he was merely the creature of his own ambition, but because the republic was already broken when he came to it, already rotted through with decades of civil conflict and aristocratic self-dealing, and the fundamental inability of a city-state government to administer a Mediterranean empire. He saw what Rome needed and reached for it with both hands. That reaching cost him his life. And the gap it tore in the fabric of Roman history let through the future. On the night after his funeral, when the pyre in the Forum has burned down to coals and the red light has faded from the surrounding buildings, a comet appears in the Roman sky. It hangs there for 7 nights, visible at dawn, extraordinary in its brightness and its persistence. The Romans, who believe that the souls of great men become stars, say that it is Caesar ascending. Octavian, the young man who has just inherited everything, immediately understands the political value of a comet. He orders it commemorated. He places a star on the statues of his adopted father. He declares Julius Caesar a god. And so the man who was born in a middle-class Roman family in July of 100 BCE, who grew up in the violent, uncertain years of the late Republic, who survived Sulla's proscriptions and pirates on the Aegean, and the cold of the Rubicon crossing, and 100 battlefield moments that could have gone the other way, that man becomes divine. His name becomes a title, Caesar. It will be carried by every Roman emperor who follows, by the German Kaisers, by the Russian czars. It will echo through the centuries in 100 languages, in every corner of the world that Rome touched, which is to say, in nearly every corner of the world that exists. The comet fades. The Forum grows quiet. Rome turns its face toward the future, which is also and always the empire. The Steel Republic has become something else now, something harder, more enduring, forged in the fire of the Ides of March. And at its foundation, laid down in blood on a marble floor in the shadow of Pompey's statue, is the body of the man who made it possible. Rome will honor him and use him and invoke his name for 1,000 years to come. It will build temples to him. It will swear oaths by him. It will write his biographies so many times in so many languages that his life will become less a life and more a myth, less a story of a particular man and more the story of power itself, of what it means to reach for the sky, of what the sky sometimes does to men who reach. But for one moment, one still, specific, irreversible moment on the 15th of March in the year that Rome calls 44 BCE, he is simply a man lying at the base of a marble statue, in a room that has emptied out around him, in a city that is only now beginning to understand what the silence means. The blood spreads slowly on the stone floor. Outside, the Roman world continues its enormous business, unaware that everything has changed. The birds are singing in the eaves of the theater of Pompey. Somewhere in the city, a baker pulls bread from an oven. Somewhere, A child is being born. The Ides of March pass into the calendar and into legend, and Julius Caesar passes into history, which is the closest thing to immortality that the world can offer a man. It is enough. It has to be. This concludes the audio presentation of Julius Caesar, the Steel Republic. The pyre in the Forum has burned to ash. The republic that 50 generations of Romans fought to construct did not survive the daggers of the Ides of March. The very act meant to save the old order only ensured its final dissolution, leaving a vast emptiness that only a single ruler could fill. The Steel Republic became an empire, bound by the language, the laws, and the frontier lines laid down by a single lifetime of relentless ambition. Through the dust of 2,000 years, the name remains a title, a myth, and an enduring study in the architecture of power. The body has long since passed into history, but the world it set in motion continues to roll. Thank you for listening.